Are we live? I'll put some tunage on. Okay. I think so. Maybe. Let me find out. Oh, hello! Blocks Programming RBLX and Sivadicha7298. Hi. Hey, everybody. Oh, okay. It's starting. Everybody's here now. Sweet. I think it's happening. How's volume? How's audio? This is neat. This is cutesy. This is fun. Give me a little bit. I'm getting my bearings here. It's been a little bit since I've done this. Hello. Okay, so Twitch is happening. YouTube is happening. Granted, I've only looked at YouTube. I don't know if Twitch is happening yet, but it looks like it's happening. I see some Twitch chatters. Chatting. Chat suffix. Yep. That one's happening too. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Happy stuff. Happy day. Happy Wednesday. Look, we're gonna be taking it easy today. Can you make a video about the Geometry Dash Steam unlocked malware? Oh, is that a thing? We should drop that in the to-do list. Hello, everybody. Hey, thanks so much for all the support. This is cool. Why is chat generating from top down? Because that's how you read. You start at the top and then you read down. that normally, I think, you start at the bottom and you go up. That doesn't make sense. I put it on the left side because you read from left to right. Granted, I'm reversed, so I'm drawing from right to left, but I need to forget that the camera's in front of me. I wanted to do a little bit more live streaming. As you know, I tend to. I think every year when we roll around to New Year's from December into January, I'm thinking like, man, I do want to do a little bit more in this direction. Because making a video or putting out some content on YouTube is its own like packaged thing, that is its own preparation and work and effort and then production and then post-production and then process and then all of that. So it seems like it's more fun to just do something off the cuff, like on the fly. So that's kind of what I want to play with. What do I think of Hexstrike AI? I've heard of that. I haven't seen the latest. What are we going to talk about? Well, I'm going to play with my computer a little bit. I'm going to type on my keyboard eventually, but I'm going to take a little bit of time to get in the groove. So, honestly, I'm hoping to have a lot of these live streams be a little bit more like relaxed, a little bit more chill out, a little bit more, because too often I feel like, oh, thanks so much for the follow, H_Moise88. I also got the like Restream or Streamlabs notifications up, so I'll actually hopefully be able to respond and and give kudos and thanks when someone either does a super chat, which I'm very thankful for, or follows or subscribes. So hopefully I'll be good about tracking that. Great question coming through from Chef Saliva 5317. What's your McDonald's order? Triple cheeseburger and a strawberry shake. Of course. Yo, I was able to hack into my university database because of you. Dope. How safe do you keep YubiKey? In my pocket. Hopefully the same as you. I need to be better. There's always room to improve for security's sake. Ice Knight Vapor, thank you so much for the follow. I dig it. So anyway, what I was getting at was that, yeah, I feel like when I have to either live stream for the sake of putting on a show, I'm in performance mode. Like, a lot of the JHT are just hacking training stuff. It's like, wow, Zoomy, hey, we're doing the stuff. And the same thing for a YouTube video. Like, that's just inevitable. So I'm hoping to be able to, like, hopefully chill out a little bit. Because there's been a whole lot going on that I'd like to be able to play with and get in the groove with. And I wanted to get a better live stream setup so that this is more easy. Like, this is easier for me to do. Just click a button and go live. Thank you for the follow, Danny Dean 7. And like actually do the sweet hey call outs, thanks, and all the stuff. So I wanted to experiment. We needed to try it. I've been futzing around playing with a little stream setup. So this is the full cam with chat stuff going on, and then this will be probably for actual showcasing computer, the screen, VMs that we get to play with. So yeah. Himanshu Sharmi I8D, I am giving you attention. I'm giving all of you attention. You're literally, you're on my screen. I am talking to chat. It is real. It is live. All the non-believers, yeah, hopefully play with some malware. Hopefully play with some shenanigans. Cyphern, thank you so much for the follow. Ooh, that covers up chat in a strange way. We might need to add like a little overlay on that when we're on the screen. What's SquareX? Super cool setup for, I think, browser security is what they've been up to lately. Let me get back to full screen for a little bit because I appreciate getting a chance to hang out with you all. We also have not tested. Thanks for subscribing. Voice crack. What the hell was that? Thanks for your subscription, Ice Night Vapor. I'm also trying to keep this a little bit better. Amit X2G8I, say hi to me, sir. Hey. Cheddar, good morning. Noob2_00, thanks for the follow. I think I can turn up the alert box because I hear that it's happening, but not very loudly. Are we exploring the darknet? Maybe. I'm squeamish of doing dark web stuff live because like you'd never know what's gonna pop up there. So I feel like I'd have to pre-stage every single page or URL that we navigate to, and then decide whether or not it's safe to show you. Like put on the internet. That'd be better. That's the only way I can test and validate that it's not safe for work, not something against terms of service. Blah 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 blah. Any interesting and challenging memory forensic CTFs you could recommend? Blue Team Labs Online, if you haven't seen that already. I like that one a lot. Cyber Defenders, Let's Defend, also have some really cool stuff. Granted, we need to do those, because I haven't dug into them all too much. So, yeah. How to join Huntress. Huntress.com/careers. We are all adults. Yeah, I know we are all adults, and for that reason, dark web shenanigans are maybe fine. We don't know sometimes, but the YouTube overlords, the algorithm Twitch stuff is not going to be cool with that. Lost Steam and cybersecurity. Any suggestions? You know, I'm feeling it too. I didn't want to come in here and be like therapy session venting, but I'm feeling a little bit like listless of like, okay, cool. There's so many new different directions. AI's doing what it's gonna do, and I want to play with that, and that's why I have a robot emoji for the title of the stream. Because we'll do some Claude crap, but I am feeling the same thing. Do we have someone spamming that is not showing in Restream chat? Let me take a look at that. Stand by. Stand by, stand by, stand by. Please hold. I've gotten to like a thought. Oh yeah, he's got a... Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you for the... If you see something, say something. Neighborhood Watch YouTube chat. Thank you for the quick assist there. What was I talking about? I need to train my muscle of reading chat and being able to function. So Wally W4 says, I've been thinking about blogging, but I don't know where or how to start while avoiding sounding cringy. Look, I am right there with you. Not gonna lie. I still feel cringy. Like, clicking the button to go stream, like literally just now, a half hour ago, 10 minutes ago, I'm like, shoot, do I want to do this thing? Am I ready? Is it gross? Do I look stupid? Does this look dumb? Am I an idiot? And like, yes, obviously the answer is yes, 1000% all the way. But you just kind of have to do it anyway. Like, if you're not willing to put yourself out there and allow the world to make fun of you, no other way to put it, how else are you going to either improve or produce anything or make a thing? So, you got it. Is programming a dying profession? No. Yeah, just start doing stuff. Thank you, DVL Don DD, for the follow. How can I get into embedded systems? Ooh. I'm not gonna start to, put my billboard face on, but Just Hacking Training, JHT's got someone cooking up in that direction. A lot of good stuff. Wins K1, thanks so much for the follow. Winsay? Wingy? JHT has some cool stuff in the direction of embedded work coming up soon. Hopefully in time for RSA. I'll be at RSA. Oh, and let me tell you, I am a little bit gutted. I'm a little bit sad. Wins Tech. I like it. Wins Tech. Thanks. I'm not going to make it to DistrictCon this weekend, and I really, really wanted to. We had planned on it, but I think some of the weather might get in the way. So I got to tell Ed. I got to tell Low Level that I won't be able to be there and hang out with him. Which breaks my heart, because I haven't seen Ed in a while. We hung out at TwitchCon for a little bit, like some time ago, last year. But I haven't touched base and given it a chat since. So. Calculator, thank you for the follow. Let's do computer stuff, shall we? Granted, no. See? This is the problem. I'm getting all over the place. Nakon_, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you, because there's still stuff I want to talk about. There's still stuff I want to hang out with you all, but I also feel like forced to go do a thing on the computer to provide the entertainment value. And yet that is the struggle point that I'm desperately trying to avoid. It's like, whoa, showmanship, production, presentation. Why am I wearing 2 watches? And then I get nerd sniped by chat because of you, Zodic_Z. This is a Whoop fitness band, and this is my Pebble. And Pebble is back, and I'm so happy. What are we talking about today? Today we're just chatting and chilling out. We might get to some computer stuff soon if chat doesn't keep nerd sniping me. Yeah, I'm not locked in. I'm not at all. Thank you, Winston. Can I learn hacking without mastering all programming languages, but you have some basic knowledge? Yeah, I don't feel like you need to be a wizard expert. What is the meme of the world and galaxy brain of knowing all things omniscient? You don't need to. You can still bump around and hack stuff and play and learn. There are so many things that I don't know. So I just like to use the tools that I do know and learn a little bit more when I can, and just keep poking and playing. How many times? Question Cyber Exploit Haza. How often does John Hammond takes when learning a new topic? I'm not positive what that sentence is supposed to mean or how that is structured and phrased. When I record a video, and how many times do I have to do a take, to say a sentence, I used to be so good at it. Years ago, decades ago, if you look back in the old YouTube channel for videos that are 10 years old, or 12 years old. Thank you for the follow, Mortimus54. Dig it. 554. I used to be good. I used to just riff. I could talk. Now I have to retake, restate, redo a sentence over and over and over again. And I'm sure Nordgaren, the video editors, HackerCat Productions, absolutely hate it. Because I'll be like, today we're going to do in this video tomorrow, What's going on? You like I'm so bad at it. And I'll retake a sentence so many times. Is it too late to start hacking at 17? No, absolutely not, Werewolf. Start whenever you want. It is absolutely not too late to start at 17. You got your life ahead of you, my friend. Do what you want. Have fun. If you don't know what you don't know, how do you close the gap? Look, super cool question. If you don't know what you don't know, just try new stuff, experiment, play, and see, are you going to find the gaps? Are you going to find what you want to accomplish? Because like when you set yourself on a project, there are going to rapidly be things that you do not know how to do. So then you can Google, you can research, you can ask AI, right? There's nothing wrong with that for learning. And you'll figure it out. That's a really bad answer because I feel like it's really hard to speak to that aloud. It's just something that you just end up running up against the wall and then trying to figure out, how do I get around this? How do I circumvent? How do I keep cruising? So you are an infant. I know you're talking to me, but you might have been talking to the other individual or vice versa. But yeah, 17, you have so much time. You started on dial-up. You got me beat. This is fun. Thank you for chilling out with me, everybody. I want to do this for a little bit, but no, let me tell you about the other things before I forget. Yeah, won't be able to make it to DistrictCon this weekend, which I'm very, very sad about. Thank you, Bluey403, for the follow. Appreciate you. Just Hacking Training live stream this Friday is coming up as usual. Video today went out the door. I saw a couple comments in chat about that just a bit ago. I was super pleased. Zach Corman, super smart fella. And doing a lot of cool stuff with MCP servers and MCP security. Because AI is the topic. It always seems to be now what we're chatting about. Thanks, Turd8, for the follow. Appreciate you. All right, let's do computer stuff for a little bit. I've been just yapping with y'all for like 20 minutes, just about. I did want to work in a direction. I did want to accomplish, hopefully, maybe, potentially something, while we get to play with a little bit of AI. And then we'll see how badly I get nerd sniped by chat. If I do. I will. Undeniably, definitely, I will. Thank you, Marius P4321, for the follow. So, hey, what I've tried to do is get a couple virtual machines staged for us to use in stream. What is the background music we're using? This is artlist.io and whatever playlist just happens to be on. What is your favorite programming language for Maldev? Well, you gotta keep in mind, I don't do a lot of Maldev. When we do shady stuff on some scam bait stuff, a little bit of PowerShell. Not gonna lie, keeps it easy. Keep it easy. How did you start in cyber? There's some old videos on it. Did you start in help desk? No, unfortunately. I wish I did. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Holy cow, I completely missed it when I should have seen that. What the heck? Little brother is watching right now. Hey, thank you so much, little brother. He's 2 months into his ethical hacking journey and feeling discouraged. Don't do that. He feels like he's not advancing fast enough. Hey, there is no rush. Yeah, it's not a race. It takes time. I'm not good at this stuff. You got to keep in mind. No one really is. No one is an expert. The field is too big. Anyway, I pulled up my computer screen and then chat nerd snipes me again. So look, let me create a clone. You can't see the context menus or the windows that are popping up, but let's do that. Create a link clone to have a stream machine. We can call it that. You can't see the context window. Forgive me. but that should now be a thing. Let me take a snapshot of that for a fresh clone. Because I am a snapshot believer. I believe in snapshots. PJPT versus EJPT, which is the best for beginner? So PJPT, what is that? Am I forgetting? EJPT is eLearn Junior Penetration Tester? Is that eLearn security stuff? I forget. Ooh, in an old video of mine, well done. I appreciate the callback. What was that? Flickr Windows. You made mention of playing around with a drone that I got for Christmas that year. When am I going to touch SDR hacking stuff? We played with OpenSDR years ago that I didn't end up making videos on, but that would have been cool. Like, it would have been fun. Granted, I don't know a lot at all. 183 EJ, thank you so much for the follow. I'm hoping we might be able to get some love on the just hacking training direction on that for software-defined radio stuff. Because we could include some like ham radio love. SDR Sharp was a tool that I know we had used way back when, but there's a lot to do. Can you check out Hexstrike AI? Is it efficient now and in the future? Isn't Hexstrike AI the pen testing framework that's all AI focused? Those are cool. All right. Okay, terminal. I don't know what you were opening up way back there. That was a little sketch. VM is already rooted. It's already ratted. So, hear me out. Been playing, because I run Windows on the host now, right? It's obvious, it's clear. We've gone past that. We know for the sake of actually getting work done and working in cybersecurity, everyone's using Windows computers, so I gotta be where the Windows malware is, which is on Windows. Are we all up to speed on that? No one's offended, no one's upset, no one's... Super chat. Thank you so much. What's with programming attracting repetitive chat? I don't know quite what you mean. Do you just mean Twitch chat? What is OpenCode? OpenCode and Claude Code are what we will be playing with today. Because I have drank the AI Kool-Aid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got bit by the bug. I fell victim. And, all right, full screen cam, talk and chat for a second. The video today with Zach that released on the YouTube channel, I had just a brief little excerpt at the very beginning. Why doesn't Super Chat show up in the stream alerts anyway? Telling Zach about what I've been poking and playing with, which was when I started to hang out with Cursor, then saw the Opus 4.5 hype, December, Christmas time, winter, wanted to mess around with it. It would be super cool in Cursor, but then I was like, I see everybody freaking out, fangirling over Claude Code. Claude Code's pretty good now. So I went to go do that. And I was there for a little bit. And then Anthropic had their boo-boo when they said, look, we don't want anything else to use that like subscription outside of Claude Code. So a lot of the OpenCode people were going berserk. And then I was like, is OpenCode pretty cool? And then I went to go try OpenCode and it's pretty cool. That answered the question. And then they went back and forth, and I think the Anthropic stuff sort of waffled a little bit as to whether or not they were going to allow and then weren't going to allow, and then whether the subscription would work through inside of another harness. Can I reduce the music? It's louder than me. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you, audio people. Want to go for a walk on the beach with you? Absolutely, Mayor. Great to see you, my friend. Thanks for coming to hang out. Oh, do we have more chat? Thank you for letting me know, Poner Joe. Who else is going crazy? I don't see anything going wild right now. Oh, Lucian, thank you so much for the test of the super chat. Why is that not popping up in super chat? Is it supposed to be? Anyway. All to say, I've fallen victim. I've fallen prey. I think AI stuff is cool. And I fell through. One question came through. Have you tried Claude Code? Whoa. Have you tried Claude Code with the local Ollama quite yet? No, I have not, but I do desperately want to. Ollama blog. That is what I do want to play with soon, because my framework desktop has finally arrived after a wild goose chase on that front. So I would like to play with this hopefully soon. Maybe this week, maybe next week, but I think it'd be cool to do maybe as part of a stream to try and hook this up, because I have not yet played with a lot of the local models other than LM Studio that we might have used in like one video, if that, or just me testing it. I don't remember. Maybe I didn't make any content or anything with it because I just, wow, fired it up, got to see cool, a cutesy local model will do a thing and work. But I have not done more with it. Because truth be told, I do think a lot of the providers, like at a lab, with whatever OpenAI or Anthropic or Google and Gemini are going to be cooking up, is going to be the best that's out there. It's state of the art. Timberville Jim, so nice to hear you with pauses, ums, and general liveness. Thanks, Timberville Jim. It's embarrassing to me because it's like the usual, my brain not being able to get a coherent sentence out. But I'll try my best. So, this would be cool. This would be fun. But I've been messing around with OpenCode. I also have Claude Code itself. And I'll talk a little bit more about sort of what I had been poking around and setting up. Maybe in the Just Hacking Training live stream on Friday, because we might need to use that as the vehicle. So I don't want to tell you about the stuff that I've been futzing with. But I thought it would be kind of fun to still build out. Thank you so much for the follow. Username. I'm coming back. I think it'd be fun to have something like this for a live stream, to be able to futz around with and be comfortable with the AI Kool-Aid. And everyone's going to have their different opinion, right? We got AI believers and AI non-believers. But if you haven't tuned in, if you haven't checked it out and played with it as of December 2025, as of January 2026, stuff's pretty wild now. You know? Do I have WhisperFlow working with me? Let me do a quick test. I've also been doing WhisperFlow. Whisper. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Let me pull that up without showing my dashboard real quick. Not that there's anything in there that's worried about it. Thanks so much for the follow, Eugene Sergio. Appreciate you. I'm pulling up this dashboard and then we'll get back to computer. All right, he's cooking. Whoa, he's cooking multiple times. Chef is in the kitchen right now. What's he doing over there? What's he doing? Hello, WhisperFlow. Can you hear me? Dope. So I have fallen victim, as I've mentioned, to voice dictation, speech to text. I feel like a boomer. I feel like, I don't know, is that mean? Is that rude? I talk on my phone now. I'm in the meetings. No. Beam me up, Scotty. It's like, I feel bad. But when I'm alone in my room in the safety of people watching me on the internet, I'm okay to be this weird. And I feel like this is kind of a fine flow. Not literally referring to, using Whisperflow, but being able to chat and sorry for the username. You're good. You're good. You do what you gotta do. The internet's a weird place. I know you're just trying to fit in. All right. So we need to check. We need to find out, is OpenCode still gonna work with me here while we're set to Claude Opus? So. Hey, Claude, are you with me? Ooh, he's cooking. All right, sweet. That was literally the litmus test of whether or not we needed to be in OpenCode to use whatever kind of harness that we want, or Claude Code. OpenCode feels kind of nice. I'm not going to lie to you. But I have been in and out of both. I'll tell you a little bit more about kind of what I've been playing with and cooking up come Saturday. But for now, I am enjoying being able to use OpenCode for the moment. So this is a clean slate. This is a fresh setup. This is us hooked up to a completely clear directory, like working directory. Live stream. What? Why do we have multiple of these? What the what? What the what? Because I do like Obsidian being the back-end knowledge base. I feel like we're in... Yeah, that's junk. Why are we in duplicative folders here? Can we just bring that here? You see what I mean? I was in like C:\livestream:\livestream, and I didn't want no extra colon, but I didn't want to be in like another directory underneath that. Obsidian was fine with that, right? Come back to me. Yeah, you were fine where you were. Okay, thanks, Obsidian. We should update, can we not? Because they have a big new version. Oh. No, we are up to date. We're good. We're totally fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's train our dragon right now. let's teach our little baby toddler his first steps in the world here on youtube.com and twitch.television or whatever actual real world geographical island that top level domain .tv is from. It's something. What is your primary operating system? I gotta run Windows. It's part of the job. I'm so sorry. We get into some virtual machines for Kali, for Remnux, etc. Why no Advent? Yeah, I do feel really bad. We can go back to some of our Advent of Cyber or any of the old things that we were playing with previously, because I want to be able to do that more frequently here on a stream to maximize time and maximize content. And should we do it? LL Camu? Good question. How many R's are in strawberry? Hey, Claude, how many R's are in the word strawberry? We had to. He's going to knock it out of the park. Before we do this, do we need a poll in the chat? Does everyone know what the correct answer is? Or have we decided? Are we clear? Are we all above board? What's the proper answer? 3? I see noob 2, noob_2_003. There are 3 R's. Correct? Let's count them. Let's count them together. Let me get the old Sublime text up real quick so we could be programmatic, we can be persistent, we can be deterministic. The word strawberry has 3. Let's count them. 1, that's 2, and this is 3. You can control F for the letter R. 3 of 3 matches. There is no R. Galaxy Brain meme. Yeah, that's the stream today, everybody. Okay. Yes! Who had even highlighted them? We've truly reached AGI. Okay, I'm done. That's it. That's the stream. Thanks. No. Let's put the training wheels on. Alrighty, Claude. Here's the thing. You are working out of a completely fresh slate. You have a blank canvas. And we, together, are going to take on the world. But there's a catch. You are on a live stream. You are live. You and all of your inputs and all of your outputs within our chats together are going to be published to the whole wide world and the open internet at all times. You are actively on a live stream. So please say hello. Greet your fellow internet dwellers, and let's start to think about what this means. What are the repercussions? What are the consequences? What are the implications of you constantly, always being public and live for the whole wide world to see? Well, I like to think that we need to be extra cautious with our output. We need to be very, very safe and secure. Thanks so much for the follow, Forbidden Sec. You almost tried to snipe me there while I was speaking to our child. So, you may never input, output, display, or show anything sensitive, anything secret, any credentials, any API tokens, any passwords, anything at all that has any doubt or suspicion that it is unsafe to be shared publicly, because you are on a live stream. Everything that we do together will be shown to the world. So let's keep that in mind and build it and bake it into our context. Do we think that's good? You guys think that's good? Have we got everything? Did we tell him? Did we tell him what he needs to know? We sent it. Welcome, pal7541. That's some Shakespeare level prompt. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, what you got for me here? Hello? Hello, Internet. Welcome to the stream. Well done. Well done. What are we building? All right. I'm glad you got that context. I was wondering whether or not I should have put you into thinking mode for high thinking or max thinking or ultra think. Ultra think sounds like a Transformer move or like a Power Rangers power up. Anyway, I'm telling you all this, Claude, and I shouldn't have. Look, what we need to do is build this in to our understanding. So, because we're starting from a blank slate, because we are from a clean canvas, we need to put this inside of our Claude.md file. This is our initialization setup. You know what I mean? This has to be part of the training wheels that you're working on. So, you must know your context within your Claude Markdown file. You are always live and public to the world on the open internet. That means you'll need to treat everything that is sensitive as something to be redacted, never shown, never displayed publicly, and have extreme caution. Anything that raises any doubt or suspicion cannot be displayed. Yeah? Whisperflow, what are you doing to me? Okay. All right, you're here. No, it does not have a system prompt yet. We're building that Claude.md file right now, and then we can take a look at what OpenCode and Obsidian has put out together. Yes. To the questions that we're asking, hey, what client is that? This is OpenCode. Okay. What? There's our strawberry tab open. Good. I'm glad we caught that. I'm glad we got that out of the way first. And we don't need our browser open here. So let me get back into Obsidian just for us to be able to read and review it, because I think it'd be fun. Critical, you are live. This environment is being live streamed to the public internet at all times. All inputs and outputs in the workspace are visible to the world. There is no privacy here. Act accordingly. Okay. Okay. Thank you, computer. Thank you, robot. Look, some people in the real world, thank you for the follow, Kasaraicha, have been poking fun at me because I do refer to like, oh, Claude and I built this thing today. Or like, yeah, I was chatting with Claude. And like, oh, I was hanging out with Claude. And like, I sound so AI pilled. It is embarrassing. And that's why I wanted to come to you all and be like, look, I'm really sorry. I'm embarrassed of how far we've fallen. Sick in the mind, thank you for the follow. So I've gotten into a better habit of just referring to it as robot, hence my robot emoji. So that is kind of what we wanted to, or what I want to be able to play with. Yeah, Clanker AI. I like that. I like that. Thank you for the follow, Act27873. Yeah, never display any secrets. That is some good guardrails for us. Connection string, credentials, ENV, etc., 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 etc. Yeah. Public by default, secure by design. Wow, what a dummy. What a silly pretense here. The training wheels, as you said. Every time a new session of Stoats or context are loaded in, that's the first thing that you know. Good! All right, the baby's up and running with us. Thank you for the follow, Dobby0097. Or subscription. Wow! Thank you so much! Okie dokie. Where do we go from here? We could build some, like... secret... So we need... I don't know if you already say it, but did you code it yourself, noob_2_00? The question, what are you referring to? Did I code what by myself? I did not code OpenCode. OpenCode is from Dax and Anomaly. OpenCode.ai. I want to give them credit where credit is due. It's pretty sweet. So give them the love that they should have. But it's all from Anomaly. Cool people. And I think a lot of their devs, like Adam.dev, is always streaming what he's been working on and chipping away at. Okay, so where do we go from here, ladies and gentlemen? For live streams that we're doing together, it would be a lot more fun if we had some more interactivity. Like, I want to have a way for you to be able to interact. I want to have a way for you to be able to get polls going in place with us, send a little bit more messages or malwares or things that we could dig into. Oh, hey, Ed. Is Low Level here? Thank you so much. Appreciate you jumping in. How's Stack Smash going? Also, Ed, I wanted to message you on Discord. I'm not going to be able to make it to DistrictCon, and I'm so sad. I'm really sad. I'm heartbroken. My heart is through the floor. I've broken through terminal velocity because of gravity. I'm sad. Anyway, what are we doing now? Where were we? Okay, AI stuff, computers. Claude, now that we have laid the foundation and the guardrails that you are live, you are always on the internet. Everything is live streamed. All of your outputs, everything that you are working with here is going to be shown to the whole world. So we must have that security and awareness in our minds. So next we can start to build out our sort of mental framing, our constitution, our philosophies, our approach to our efforts together. We will be developing different tools, different projects, different programs, software, and source code together. So we need to ultimately decide on our style and structure. Let's prepare some different sort of indexes for folders and files that we might naturally work with or have organized inside of our workspace. You are actively inside of an Obsidian knowledge base. We might sometimes refer to this as a vault, an Obsidian vault, and we might create a handful of different projects. So ultimately, we kind of need a routing guide or some sort of map for you to be able to more naturally and easily navigate around this knowledge base and vault. I'm trying to think through a couple different things that we might end up creating for particular folders, directories, or how we can organize our work together. I think we will probably have like a projects directory, or we could have maybe just some indexes that we might define. First, walk me through this. Let's think through what should we end up structuring with this framework here. Are there other folders that we might work with for what we develop on stream? Should we have like a Hall of Fame? Should we have a best chatters? Etc., etc. Let's get to thinking. Let's brainstorm a little bit, but before and after we're actually completed all of our kind of brainstorming, we'll end up creating our design and development philosophy document for how we'd like to craft code together. Is that fine? Is that good? I think it's good. Where did our music go? Did it die? Did we die? Let me get back to some tunage. Oh, okay, what are we thinking over here? Live public workspace that doubles as an Obsidian vault. Projects? Yeah. That's pretty clear. Ooh. Sorry, got a notification on the side. May or may not have some collab work going. Ooh, let's have it execute code live from chat. Yes, 1000%. Actually, we will build this. So, Jason Narad, thank you so much. Appreciate the follow. I like some of these ideas. That's what I want to be able to allow us to do. Not lying. Genuinely, I want to let you guys go wild and bonkers and crazy. I feel like we first need like a triage inbox of these ideas. So projects is fine. Index will be valuable. Stream, okay, yeah, stream would be worthwhile. We basically kind of need like context management. Session logs and recaps would be worthwhile. Ideas from chat, Hall of Fame that you mentioned, that would be sweet. Docs or philosophy. Yeah. Sandbox experiments, community, crew straggers, session-based organization by stream date. It'd be cool to have stream dates. Like, it'd be cool. This is open code. This should be totally... So I'm wrestling. You can tell. What I want to build us towards is something that is a little bit more deterministic and programmatic. Like, today on YouTube, we just put out a video on how horrendously awful MCP servers can be in terms of security. And I think a lot of that comes from the thought that an MCP server could be remote. Like it's someone else's computer. It's not your device. And that means that they, the end receiver, oh, sorry, bumped the microphone. They will end up receiving your prompt, your context, your code. They could exfil other information, your secrets, your .env file, your git ignore, etc., etc., etc. Oh, thanks so much, Domino and Roets 1534. It's Dobby, moved over from Twitch. Chances of this going wrong, 75%. Totally, 1000%. So the talk track that I'm falling down for MCP servers is that it is risky when it is a remote server, because then you end up like trusting it with all of the capability. And there's even more of a black box that is now someone else's black box. You can circumvent this by, okay, you're creating and hosting and building out your own local MCP servers, then the risk is your own. Hey, Von Yu, what's up? Thank you so much for being part of the party. It's so good to see you, my friend. So, local MCP servers might be fun for us to be able to play with. And we'll put some of those together. Maybe that would be neat. Then you have the thought and worry, okay, you're basically giving your AI system code execution capability, right? Which is intended, like that is what you're making it for. But I still think it gives you a little bit more power. Because then you have programmatic, deterministic results, right? So that is what I want us to fall down. I have more Slack notifications going off on the side. People distracting me. All right, let's talk to Claude. I started a little too early. We are in OpenCode. We have OpenCode and Claude Code sessions and CLI harnesses set up for easy access within Windows Terminal, but I really like OpenCode, not gonna lie to you. I bounce around with a little bit of both, but OpenCode is kind of the fun that I've been having. So yeah, make the RCE an Easter egg for our MCP server. We will. Will I make a new video for bug bounty guides for this year? I gotta be honest, I'm not super bug bounty focused. I don't feel like I ever have been. Like, I like vulnerabilities and I like exploits, I like hacks, shenanigans, but I haven't been able to devote my time to bug bounty yet. Self-healing MCP server would be cool. How good is Claude compared to Gemini? I really like Claude, not gonna lie to you. I feel like that's doing a lot better than Gemini CLI. I know Google is trying to cook up a lot of really cool stuff, but I haven't seen it yet. Granted, I have not quite tried. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Vulnerable You. I really appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why does Streamlabs alert box not notify me about this? Come on. Same thing with super chats. YouTube is just lying to me. Try anti-gravity. I was playing with anti-gravity for a little bit. Let me tell you what happened. I was away for... Whoa. Okay, Google. Okay, results. Brave. I was away for Christmas and winter vacation, time with the holidays. And I, for the first time, actually jumped over my usage limits in Cursor. So I'm like, fine, I'll go to anti-gravity because that was a lot more freely accessible. There was a lot more, tokens that you could just use. They give you access to a lot of sweet stuff. And the user interface, the UX, like the user experience, was crapping me out. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, Cursed MGR, I see a lot of love for GPT 5.2. I have not yet played with that in Codex, so maybe we can do that just as well. I do want to do that. I have not been able to play with that in my own sort of sandbox quite yet, but I know there is a lot of back and forth between people being Opus 4.5 fanboys and fangirls or 5.2 in Codex. So, we'll play with Codex for a little bit. What about Ollama? Soon, I have my framework desktop over to the side, and maybe we can go down that rabbit hole. Why not AWS Cairo? I haven't played with Cairo, but I know a lot of people were digging about it too. Hey John, what's Silver Bullet? I'm assuming you're referring to like open bullets and maybe a Silver Bullet kind of equivalent. That's oftentimes used for like brute forcing or like mass testing sessions and cookies and passwords and accounts, blah, 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 blah. Have Gemini roast Claude. Yeah, okay, I'm falling down the rabbit hole. Chat, you're freaking me out. You're annoying me. I'm trying to talk to Claude now. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Stop distracting me. Thanks, Whisperflow. Okay. All right, I like a lot of these ideas. I think we absolutely do need an underscore index.md or markdown file as the root to act as our master map. And thank you, Sefern, for the subscription on Twitch. Thank you so much. You interrupted. inside of folders or projects, like inside of directories that we create within Obsidian, they will be auto-sorted in order. So if we want a underscore index.md file, we also want something to be a little bit more specific to each directory. So when you have specific folder names inside of each subdirectory, could you please create that underscore folder name index.md? Now I'm getting distractions from my from my sideband Slack notifications. My team is beating me up now. I was trying to do what I wanted to do for years. Hey, Volnew says, yo, John, tell Anna that her report on CrashFix was solid. I covered it on YouTube yesterday and was super impressed. Yes. Oh, it was so cool. Anna is phenomenal, let me please say. Let's do Huntress CrashFix. It is so good. And Anna is a genius. So a lot of people have been chatting about CrashFix and air traffic. You nerd sniped me. No, Cypher. Look, this is just how live streams are going to be, okay? If we're wanting to do this, if we're wanting to keep it casual and friendly and not be as performative as like a packaged, pretty YouTube video like all the things usually are, you're going to get me in like complete random ADHD shotgun distraction of anything that we're doing. So Tanner had tracked this down. Tanner was the one that found this, and I want to give all credit to him. It was a Edge pop-up that I think came from a browser extension. And that was intentionally causing a crash. Volnew's like, sorry. Just go do your AI stuff, dude. Well, I'm not trying to distract you. No, I appreciate you shouting it out. Yes, it's very cool. So there's been a lot of really, really good and thank you team member voice in the back of my head notifications. There's so much cool stuff. And that's why I'm like, good, I have to start to live stream a little bit more because at like the rate of all of these things, I can't get a YouTube video to be buttoned up and prettied all this time. But when I'm just able to like riff and talk about it and show something, that on its own immediately still gets to be kind of at least a breadcrumb that can be out and about for content. So I appreciate, we'll dig into this probably in its own dedicated thing or make some more time for it to really cover a lot of this, because this would be sweet to dig into manually, like on our own. But we'll throw some of the links in chat if folks are super interested. Does that work if I throw it in Restream chat? Okay, yeah, I think so. I think it sent it out. Whatever. All right, computer, Clyde, blah, 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 AI, Nanigan. Yeah. Chat. You've completely sidetracked me. Let me go through chat. We're at an hour in. We can take a break. We have given Claude 3 prompts. In the course of an hour. Okay. Operation Distract John successful. Yes. Video on model emoji invasion. Not sure what that is. Why not exploit CVE 2026-22812 vulnerability in OpenCode? I saw they had some of the shenanigans on OpenCode, and I think they fixed that pretty well. Could we have the exact task you're working on across multiple in AI and see when does it more complex? That's a great idea. We gotta build out the plumbing for us to be able to jot down these ideas. But you guys keep pulling me back. Yes, the Shell Shield account on TikTok did get taken down. We made a video about it on a year ago, and that was there have been multiple cases of that, and Bleed the Computer covered it, so that was cool. Yes, we like the Anapun, Anarchy. You're good. I appreciate you, John A. Have I tried playing Standoff 365? I have not. Okay. I'm caught up on chat. I can go back to talking to my computer like an idiot. I do like having a specific projects directory. We should absolutely build that capability. I don't think we need a specific directory or folder called index or maps. Those might be able to be handled by an underscore index.md for the root of our vault. But we should create, to address your point number 3, perhaps a history folder, because we do definitely want like to be able to capture past sessions in a good way. Do we like docs? Sandbox or experiments? To address your point number 5, let's create a Scratchpad folder, a directory for those. I think it's good. I think that's good. Okie dokie, we're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking with gas, with steam, with fire. Guys, I appreciate all these incredible ideas. We're going to put them down. We're going to jot them down. To answer your questions, number 1. Those can live at the root level. Number 2, those can go in the history for now. And to number 3, you can scaffold the structure now. Why would we want docs? Okay, maybe we call that philosophy. Guide? I'm thinking. Why don't we keep rolling with this? Because I feel like we need to get to the design and development philosophy documentation first of all. I think having that be built out would be handy dandy, because then we can get to silly code. So people have been playing with the terminal plugin in Obsidian just as well. And that could let you have like a terminal right inside Obsidian itself to have things maybe a little bit more beautiful and navigable. Oh God, those look so gross. Those look so gross. Can those have like an underscore, please? I don't want to have to change this manually, but we should have told our AI robot to be able to do that. Yeah, just update everywhere. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I have found myself needing to fall back to the Unix philosophy in file names and file naming, even though I've been using AI LLM stuff where I want a lot of this sort of natural, human readable, like spoken language, where it would be cool and cutesy to have things be with a space and with title case. But I've normally found myself needing to go back to like kebab case or snake case, if just so AI can get to a little bit faster. You know what I mean? I also like to have a cutesy like emoji at the end of, or the beginning of every folder name. And that looked good. Like that made it visually appealing for me to be able to look at it naturally in Obsidian. But then while trying to either work from some of the like utilities, again, having AI, having code, having some programmatic access to this, it would just completely get caught up and like destroyed because the Unicode emojis would get in the way. Haircut Fish, goodness gracious, it's so good to see you, my friend. It's been forever. How are you? Good morning. You know, dude, I'm so glad. I hope you're well. I hope your 2026 is crushing it. It'd be nice when you read something Claude has written, Like answering questions once you finish the last question, the AI can interpret finish talking in the voice chat. I'm trying to track what you mean. Yes, Kraken BK, great call. Definitely poop emoji for the bad code. Yep. I wanted to change the settings in Obsidian to not show the title. And I forget where that was. I do want to be able to see all file links. Show inline title in appearance. That makes sense. Yeah, I think so. Not too bad, the haircuts fish says. Been pretty busy since getting into the industry. That does it. I know it. That makes complete sense. Is this pre-recorded? No. We are live. Okay, so we built this out a little bit. Can you take a look and review the current project, because I've just added an underscore in between all of the projects underscore indexes or specific index markdown files. Those will be used, and I just want a little bit more visual separation between them, but I still wanted to ensure that there were no spaces in the file names. Does that make sense? Are you still with me? Are you tracking? Speaking of emojis, I had an iPhone analytics data file that had emoji in the text and used it as a pointer reference. Nice. Super cool. Okay, yeah. Claude is tracking. Dope. Daniel Lowry. So good to see you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's fun for me to go on ADHD rabbit holes. Yeah. I am totally the culprit. Not to sidetrack you, but will this be a VOD? Yeah, of course. Everything will be a VOD forever and always. Granted, I don't know how interesting this is going to end up being. I really felt like some of the AI Suite capability here has been a cheat code to be able to have this thing, black box, to be able to interact with in a, like, just as chat does, just as chat gives you this thing as a bright, shiny object. So, hello, John. I wanted a malware sample test it. How can I send it? Malware at johnhammond.llc. I'll pull that up. Beep, 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 beep. Along this note, I wanted to build out a little bit of a better system for some of the live stream capabilities, so that you would be able to send in stuff and that will be added into like the live stream inbox or stream box kind of capability that will have, again, as triage for us to go through. And maybe it feels like a little like strong bad email style, you know, for my Homestar Runner homies, for the people that are actually cultured and know that internet history. What if we had like a inbox at jh.live or something, and that you could send malware, you could send articles, stuff to review, stuff for us to play with. That I think would be very handy. Yes, malware at johnhammond.lc is an email. That's how folks can send me crap. So I'm ready for that to be beat up. All right, let's go. Yes, I believe we are ready to work on our philosophy document. Actually, realistically, maybe we build out a, maybe you're right, we do build out a philosophies folder or directory. Then within that, we should have, whenever we are building specific files that are pertinent to our AI for context, and again, we could have our index and notes here, but we do want things specific to code style, design and development, architecture, etc., etc. Let's start to think up the scaffolding for that, and then I will ramble about what I want. Yeah? Yeah? Plus, Mr. John, can we also have a website where we can follow there to learn? Yeah. Justhacking.com. Already done. Already there. No! You fools! AI, computer, robot. When we're using these philosophies and specific information for our AI system, an LLM and Claude or whatever the case may be, let's follow a standard format where all of the words and letters are uppercased and capitalized, and we're using underscores to separate the potential words there. Does that make sense? Yeah. Is that called Screaming Snake Case? Is that literally the real name? Is that what the world calls it? Snake Case, I know for sure. Apparently it is. Unless that's the AI response. Oh, that's awesome. I had no idea it was literally prefixed with the word screaming. That should be a meme. Yeah. Ah. Snake. Oh no, it doesn't render in the terminal. That's fine. Okay, yeah, good. Claude.md got it. The structure we've got, philosophies index, code style, design principles, architect, AI context. This is for AI to ingest. Should we scaffold this now? Yeah. Let's do it. Yes, let's go ahead and scaffold these files just to get them started, and then I will ramble and rant about what I would like as our vision, North Star, and guiding principles, and then you may incorporate them. You robot. You computer that I've spoken to and just told what to do. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're just goofing off. For the folks that are jumping in to hang out with us, we are hanging out with some AI stuff. I drank the Kool-Aid. I drank the pitcher of AI, and I asked for more because it's fun. It's neat. It is cool. I saw it. You know what I meant? Like, being able to crank stuff out with Opus was really, really wild. So, yeah. All right. Do we have the structure built? I think we do. All right, let me dump. Let me talk to and see if we can capture our kind of programming and design principles here. Alrighty, Claude. I think we've got enough of the plumbing put together that I can now ramble and rant and give you some good insight as to what I would like for my vision of code. Now, this is meant to provide some guardrails and safeguards and sort of a smart, structured canvas for you to be able to develop projects, programs, software, and source code and syntax so that we have good production-grade, professional programs and architecture and projects and software. So here's the thing. Our North Star, an absolute mission, really, is to have readable and writable code that is extremely extensible and maintainable. So, for that in mind, we need to spread out as much of our syntax as possible. We need to build out essentially micro packages across folders and directories and liberally use our entire file system to help abstract out and basically design beautiful object-oriented programming powered concepts and abstractions and encapsulated entities and ideas for each and every individual thing using individual files that are as short as possible. Every single piece of code should be in essentially small, atomic, and granular files, as small as they can be. We must be extremely brief in all of our code and individual files, and we do this so that we never ever have any code duplication. You may never ever hard code any potential variables or things that we could end up configuring. They must always be customizable, they must be configurable, and they must be versatile. They must be extensible, they must be adaptable, they must be flexible. Those are our core philosophies. Maximizing the amount of the file system, folders, and files across anything and everything that could be decoupled and separated so that things are abstract, so that things are spread out across many small atomic individual files with no hard-coded values and absolutely no duplicate logic or duplicate code. They must be made into general purpose functions or classes or methods or properties, and they must end up being configurable, flexible. I feel like I lost the train of thought. I feel like I lost the flow here. So, to talk to chat for a quick second. This is silly, this is dumb, but I've fallen down this track of like talking long form, like because Whisperflow just lets you straight up ramble. I'm totally okay burning the tokens to just keep getting more and more and more context. And I'm super curious what everyone else is thinking because, yeah, I see some people in chat saying like, oh, maybe that's not the right approach, the code bloat capability, but it sounds like pointers with extra steps, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I like being able to ramble and gonna give it more than it needs to be super verbose. And even if it's me just like adding a bunch of similes and metaphors like I always do, as I do just naturally while I'm talking or presenting to something, I feel like that does help Robot here get an understanding of like what I mean in a weird way. That sounds stupid, but yes, I do duplicate what I'm talking about. I say it over and over again, and I know I iterate. It's just rambling. It's just rambling. But I've been having fun so far. It's been going okay. All right, let me do more. I feel like we didn't capture all of the things. I need to add a little bit more. So. What we should always be building towards is a beautiful, elegant, architected framework where each component is a pluggable, modular, and extensible piece that could stand on its own. Essentially, we would be developing and building libraries or packages, or essentially SDKs or software development kits for each individual part. Additionally, we need to strongly emphasize implicit and automatic understanding. What I mean by that is you must be able to auto-discover these potential packages or libraries that will be imported, and you should also be able to have smart defaults based off of the context, based off of the environment, based off of what the user provides. Everything should almost be implicit while still allowing the end user to specify or add a explicit direction for arguments or parameters or configuration files, etc. We must strive to make the most beautiful user experience whenever possible. So what that means is that we need to create a interface agnostic system. Because more often than not, we will want a utility that works as a command line interface via something we type at the terminal and provide subcommands for, and command line flags and parameters and arguments and switches. And additionally, we want the capability to maybe host that as an HTTP server and API, so we can make programmatic RESTful requests. Additionally, we want the capability to be used as a MCP server, or Model Context Protocol. So that means that we must decouple the logic and implementation from the presentation and interactivity. Everything must have its own defined single source of truth. So whenever we modify any implementations of code, we're only changing one specific location, never multiple. Again, there are no duplicates and no redundancy and no repeat code or logic. With that all in mind, we want to ensure that we make the most comfortable and convenient user experience. So if we ever need an interactive REPL or read evaluate print loop, we provide beautiful syntax. We include colors, we include syntax highlighting. We use prompting toolkits, prompt toolkit for smart indentation, for smart autocomplete, for smart autofill. We're baking out the best framework, architecture, and beautiful systems so that we have the perfect system. That was very Tron-like. It was very Tron Legacy. The perfect system, man. I'm in the grid. Oh, John A., you're right. I forgot. Without sacrificing security. The most important part. My whole life, my entire career. Okay. There is still so much that I forgot. We still need to cover a lot of different things. For the users. Yes, I love the Tron. See, our North Star. Hey, he knows. The robot knows. 0 duplication, 0 hard coding. Nice. What do I use for voice to text? We're using Whisper Flow right now. Can't we just tell it to focus on object-oriented programming and get the same thing? Honestly, no. Not in my opinion. All right, let me keep rambling. Let me get a little bit more guardrails. Let's keep iterating on this. There are a couple different directions that I did not address. Additionally, we must ensure that we are developing and working with code and projects in a way that you are able to iterate and test repeatedly. We need you to be able to automatically run components, parts, and pieces of our code and then determine whether or not they succeeded. So we must have very, very explicit and informative error messages, logs, exceptions, maybe output descriptions with verbose meaning for debugging and troubleshooting, and assume that everything that may need a constant has a good name to it so that you are able to understand each and every potential edge case. While we are writing our programs, while we are developing and working on our projects, we need you to develop unit tests alongside this. Every new feature that you implement, all of the new and next potential functionality that you write should include as much unit test coverage as possible. This is just so that you are able to continue validating that you are creating working and functional code, and there will be no code drift as we continue to expand and add more to our projects. Again, these are simply guardrails, but we require you to be doing test-driven development. Now, we also must note documentation. Every single folder that you create for any of our projects is one that should have its own subdirectory for docs. And you must always have your own individual representation using and mirroring the same sort of understanding that our Vault structure does currently, with an index of pertinent files and code, syntax and locations where different implementations live, and the design decisions that you've made, like specifically how you've structured the architecture, the framework, the implementation, how this all works together, and how things are implemented so that there is a single source of truth and there is a streamlined capability with all of the parts and pieces being compatible with each other, being harmonized, being synchronized. That is ideal. That is what we want for our test-driven development and our documentation. We must end up ensuring that all of the work that we've done inside of our docs is up to date. So to handle that, we will always create a changelog.md or markdown file. We will also create a to-do.markdown file and everything that we need for forwards and backwards development directions in the code we create. Next, we have to have a serious the utmost in security. We have to ensure that everything is... How do I get this articulated well? Well, I feel like we have to cross the bridge of security when we come to it, because like encryption, data that should be encrypted at rest, secret sensitive stuff, like those can be in like a RAM or only in memory or in a temp FS. Okay, yeah, you figured it out, Robot. Thanks for that. I trailed off here. I was just rambling, but it's tracking it down. Yeah. I'm telling you, Hexit, it does good. It has been handling my rambling pretty well so far. And just letting it kind of craft out these has been working well. Right now, again, we're laying the foundation. I feel like we've accomplished nothing at this point. We haven't really tried to do anything quite yet, but I did want to keep rambling and talking so that this thing would get a little bit of a brains on its own. I'm wondering if I'm forgetting anything. Yes, using Whisperflow. I'm glad the single source of truth stuck through, because that's like the most important thing in my mind. No code duplication. 3 interfaces minimum? What are you talking about? No, I just wanted to be interface agnostic. It just needs to be functional. It needs to separate the implementation and the presentation. We'll see. We'll see where we go. Unit tests good. Error messages verbose and actionable when iterating. Blah, blah, blah. Design principles, architecture, AI context, add an iteration. Well, do we have anything else? Am I forgetting anything? Chat, I do want to ask you. When we're talking about guardrails, when we're talking about general spec of anything that we might make, of anything that we might want, keeping the user in mind, we've coupled security with usability. I like that idea. Usability without sacrifice to security. I like that idea. Am I forgetting anything? Thank you so much, Isma2732. Appreciate the follow. Yes, thank you. AJ, great to see you. Thank you. Thank you for everything, AJ. I really appreciate all your help. Any reason for not using Rust for this project? So, Licked, great to see you, by the way. I hope you're well. It's been a little bit. We can use Rust. We have not specified a specific language for anything that we're building, and we haven't even decided what we're building right now. I do want, right now, to have like a proof of concept testing, like MCP server capability to manage context and manage like our triage tasks and our ideas. And I want that to be deterministic, because I don't like AI and our LLM just having loosey-goosey markdown for everything. Like, that's valuable. That's handy. That's adding, oh, cool, this, like, splash of color, but not hard lines to draw in. You know what I mean? So, we have just tried to get the vision here for, okay, how I like stuff to come together. And even that, I know you'll see a lot of people over on the Twitterverse or in parts and pieces of the internet that will say, like, this is not important. And that, I think, oh, do we have spammers? We have spam? Oh, not too bad. If they spam more, let me know. Anyway, I was talking about the fact that some people feel like if you just go all in YOLO, vibe code, completely vibe coding. And I hate that term now. Thank you, Hacky Sakin, for the follow. I've seen some commentary that vibe coding is now such a horrendous term and it has done more damage than anything else in the industry, because realistically it should be AI assisted programming or AI assisted coding or AI assisted like development. Like, you should know how to get things into the state that you want them to be, and you should know that you're not always going to have everything in production. Thank you, Code the Pro. Appreciate the follow. Like, for silly, stupid side projects, like what I'm going to be chipping away at or whatever we poop around in for live streams or for YouTube content is intentionally going to live and die as content, right? I'm not making a life mission critical system in production that I would ever want to pour AI into. That is why I think it's neat and cutesy and fun, hee hee ha ha, to do it for live stream YouTube stuff. But I would not, I would be very, 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 very careful and cognizant to not pour that into anything that's real. Like, I know there's a point. Okay, an actual engineer and programmer needs to go through this all. But for my fun little side projects, yeah, go wild, Opus. Like, it's cool, the speed and capability you can build out, but if I wanted to gosh darn ship a thing, I'd want to be buttoned up a heck of a lot more. I don't know if I got that right. I don't know if I even got my soapbox correct on that. But that is why I was falling down the rabbit hole. Some people just say, you got to give in to the vibes and you're stop fighting the LLM. Like, no, I do want to give it guardrails that I know I like for my own usage. You know what I mean? But again, curious of your thoughts. Let me know in chat. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Whenever I do that just naturally, I'm like, oh yeah, Prime does that too. And it's like, oh, we just rabbit. Okay. Am I forgetting anything? I don't know if I want or need the... Yeah, look, it's great to see you, my friend. The AI_context file. Why did you make that? Philosophy's index. This could be a table, guys. That doesn't need to be as stupid as it is. And we've lost our music. Let me get some Feel Cool playlist going. Granted, I only have like 3 songs in that. Yeah, I like Neemsir6811. Give into the vibes and then manually fix everything for 3 months. So. When writing code, start small, stay small. Create new files. Don't stuff into existing files. Can be split further as duplicating. What is this AI context? That feels stupid. Thank you, Pine DT, for the follow on Twitch. Yeah, AJ, I like that call out. Talking about what do people who are non-coders need to know to build projects for themselves, and we're talking about how most projects shouldn't be public-facing. Yeah. Oh boy, now we got John House Music. What the heck? Is that a new nickname for me? John House Music Hammond? I don't like this 3 interfaces minimum. I never said minimum. I just wanted to be interface agnostic. You know what I mean? Okay, whatever. Let me ask. Do you feel that I have comprehensively and holistically articulated everything that might be necessary for our design and development philosophies, guiding principles, North Star, light and vision for general software development and projects that we work on? We have yet to get tactical to speak to a specific language to discuss, okay, what really we want to implement and build and how we will like tactically do anything that we develop. But from a big picture view, have we tactically addressed each and every component of our design and development principles and philosophy? Do you have any questions? Review everything that we've crafted and created, and then tell me, is there anything that we have left unaddressed? We want no stone unturned. Go into plan mode, and then let's jam. Like, so stupid. AI shitting out stupid stuff, and then like hardcore techno trance going on. Oh man. This would be much better if I were actually doing like lead hacks, but we're just talking to Claude. All right. We've covered well North Star vision, atomic file structure, no duplication, no hard coding, decoupling, interface agnosticism, auto discovery, smart defaults, test-driven development, error handling, debugging, Whoa! An invoice just hit. Notification on the side. Babe, wake up! The new Matrix trailer just dropped. It's fucking Claude. All right. Versioning and release strategy. Tenewayan, thank you so much for the follow. How do we version? Okay, fine. I don't want to have to talk about this. All right, to address your questions, number one, for versioning, I'm totally cool with Semver. Semantic versioning is fine. I believe it's worth including that in just the natural output or banner if like there is initialization of any project or software that we want. We don't specifically need a version bump for our toy projects. And the release process, honestly, because we're going to be playing with small, simple stuff locally for our own capability, we don't quite need to get anything in like a wild, lofty CI/CD, like continuous integration, continuous deployment process. We don't need any GitHub actions. We don't need any releases to be cut or tagged or anything. We just need board notifications. We just do need something pushed to GitHub. Realistically, we should start to use branches, but we need to get a little bit smarter on that. Dependency management. Philosophy on third-party dependencies, to answer and address your point number 2. We should do our homework and research whenever possible if there are some existing solutions for libraries or packages or managements. However, we do need to do our own code audits and reviews and understanding to validate and verify that those are secure, that those are good, that those are functional and not a concern, not malicious. So we should bear that in mind, but we are A-okay to use dependencies and packages. To address number 3, Git. Feature branches would be a good thing, but I'm not smart about it. No specific commit methods, conventions. We can do atomic commits, that's fine. Performance and considerization. Whoa! Number 4. To address number 4, performance is a slight priority because we want the best possible user experience for us to be able to naturally use this as part of our own toys and trinkets. It's got to be fast. We need to use asynchronous, async await. If we ever need to or can use multi-concurrency or threading, that is what we should strive towards. But code readability, maintainability, and development-friendly workflows is paramount. I believe that also addresses number 5. Ooh! Number 6. Great call out. Let me jot this down so I can talk to chat. Chat! Let me tell you. This is me again on my soapbox of AI, LLM shenanigans, right? Because I feel it is always so non-deterministic. Sorry, music just got me for a quick second. It's getting a little too dubsteppy. LLMs, the voodoo witchcraft magic from just loose, vague markdown files, I still feel like is neat, it's cool, but it's not the hard lines of deterministic and programmatic results, right? So what I have been doing, even for just simple context management or managing a task manager, like my to-do list, stuff like that, it's been, let me give this to a command line utility that I can create. We can develop, like Claude can make that. It can crap that out. But then it uses that as its vehicle and vessel so that it's not in some loose markdown file that takes forever for it to track. But originally I just did those kind of like in memory. Like, it would be a stupid Python list, and that was cutesy, but I think it's so important. Yeah, it is literally non-deterministic when you put it in the LLM AI world, and for Markdown to be fluffy and vague. I think a SQLite database is the way to go every single time. For the small, stupid, scrappy projects, having something that's in a structured query language, wow, imagine that, is probably the best thing for maintaining your structured queries of data in your own database, right? So I feel like I waffled on that for a little bit, but I think we go SQL. I think we go SQLite. And have people seen beads?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Let me get some more cool hype music while we're building that up. Beads. Thank you for the follow, NIIIIIIIIK. So beads is what all the hipsters have been using lately to manage context and memory for their AI robots. And I haven't bit the bullet yet. I basically ended up AI assisting kind of my own to mess with that. But it ended up being a SQLite database in all reality. So you may or may not like beads, and maybe we should go for it. So if any of you fall down the rabbit hole and tell me like, no, John, it's really freaking good, you gotta do it, then we can do it. But I don't want to yet. Thank you for the follow, monkey_8. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm glad everybody is jamming with me. All right, let me tell my robot a little bit more robot stuff. To address number 6 for data persistence and state, I really believe that using a local file-based SQLite database is absolutely vital. Just about everything that we create should basically be using an ORM or object relational mapper to have a schema and model that can be well represented inside of a database and be able to track our created at, updated at fields and properties no matter what we're working with. What that means is that we basically need to have create, read, update, and delete capability, or CRUD control, for just about everything if it is appropriate and applicable to some of our work. Sorry, music was throwing me off. I don't know what we're listening to right now. Thank you, honestly, for the follow. Appreciate you. I think this has like a cool little music. Okay. All right. Yes, this is open code. Different song, sorry. Lyrics will do that. Yeah. The lyrics are what threw me, not gonna lie. The vocals caught me off guard. Additionally, chat has pointed out, again, kudos, credit to the live stream chat. Let's give them a big shout out, Claude. Input sanitization is also fundamental. We desperately need validation of all of our data. In Python, we typically approach that with the Pydantic library, so everything can be tied to a static and strict type standard and data validation. However, we might not always develop and work within Python. In fact, to address number 7, personally, I would like our programming language of choice to be Golang. We will be developing Windows first, but Golang will give us the cross-platform capabilities for Linux functionality just as well, and we will always have a standard binary single standalone program that we could ship or deliver to others, and fast compilation times, and then strong type-safe programming. That is Golang, and what I would like to strive towards. I think that's it. I think we tell them. I think we tell them. Now, I know there were a couple Rust folks in the chat that are sad, and I am too. Nord, our video editors, our friends and family, loved ones, they were saying, John, you should use Rust. And I agree. Because, the compiler would probably really ensure that we are meeting all of our goals. Zig would also be cool. I see some love for that. I see some big hype for TypeScript, etc. Rust would be the best in all reality, but I, as a human, and this is me, again, finding the line of stupid vibe coding and AI-assisted development and engineering, that's what it should be. I don't know Rust as well as I should, and I would not be able to steer and architect how I want to. So let me tell you, for a long while, for my recent escapades, playing with Claude and doing some of this AI LLM stuff while I have been drinking the Kool-Aid, shout out to the chat! Well, I have been falling down the rabbit hole on this. I was playing with Python because Python is my love. It is my first love. It's my pride and joy, and that's what I feel the most fluent in. However, I was wrestling so much with virtual environments. Even when I used UV, like using Astral's UV, Python UV, whoa, yeah. Claude would play with it a little bit, and he knew, and I gave it guardrails, and we could even set up an alias. We could make sure and try to tell him, hey, yeah, use UV, dear God, written in Rust, haha. And that was good. Like, that worked well. Good music, sorry, hang on. I struggled with dependencies in virtual environments because I was moving in and out of like a virtual machine, an AI, and my host, and I wanted things to be kind of synchronized well enough. So after thinking through it a little bit more, Go seems like our language of choice. And that's the one that I like. That's been my favorite. That's felt like good, like, structure for a program for what I want to take seriously. And it can do MCP servers like butter. It can do async and concurrency like it's speedy weedy. Like, that just felt like the right call. Thank you, Santa Claus, for giving me validation. I really do believe that Santa Claus is real. 60% teaching, 40% party. Oh, I like that. Thank you. That's high praise. Thank you, Wednesday. We'll go back to more partying because this is a really cool song. Yeah, I'm feeling Go. For all you Rust fanatics, for all you Rust stations, we can still do it. We can still play with it. We can try. But that is where I feel like I'm falling into the blind trust of the code and I feel like I need to be in the middle ground. You know what I mean? 60% guy corner. Another guy in the corner would suggest C sharp. That'd be cool. We could do C sharp. Okay. Where do we go from here? Have we given it the structure? I think I've covered everything comprehensively. You only stream on YouTube? No, we will be doing some multi-streaming. I am on YouTube and Twitch right now. We'll also move to LinkedIn and Twitter, eventually X, because I think that would be good. But it's during the day, and I don't want everybody to be like, why isn't John working? It's like, well, this is my job. This is what I do for work. Okay, we've covered everything. Why did you go Python secondary? I mean, realistically, yeah, we do want that. Can you please drop me a link to your playlist? We are straight up on artlist.io, which I use for good non-copyright music and having actually quality EDM techno tunes. Yeah. So chat, let me ask you. Have we missed anything? Broad strokes, big picture. Have we given our little baby boy the training wheels that he needs to ride the bike for the very first time? I feel like we have. Let's think through this one last time. We have been building and developing these smart guardrails for our projects and development projects, software and syntax that we will work with for live stream code together. Is there anything that we forgot to address? Now that you've added a little bit more tactical insight as that we will be using Golang for our primary language of choice, do you see any gaps? Do you see any holes? Is there anything that we've missed? Is there anything that I forgot about that we and chat have forgot about? You are a professional software engineer, architect, and developer. You are amongst a team of software developers and engineer and product managers. And what have we forgotten? Dude, this song, I'm really sorry. The music, like, it sounds good until we get to this part. Like this like spinny plastic toy sounds awful. I'm changing the song. I like the beat up until we get to the like tubular plastic slide. You know what I mean? All right. We're leaving. We're leaving. Go home and change the song, please. Amongst a team, cue the music, yeah. Thank you so much for jumping in, Louis Tenor 1397. We are playing with our silly AI shenanigans and just pontificating right now how we could build up a really cool potential guardrails for development. We literally have not built anything. We have not asked AI to make any code at all. We've just sort of thought of our vision to add what we want. And that's all we're doing. We have a robot emoji for the stream title so that people know that, yeah, we're AI assisted. So, All right, I've reviewed everything. Here are the gaps I identified. Go-specific project structure has a mismatch. Our architecture shows a generic source structure, but code style matches Go's idiomatic CMD internal layout. Yes, you're correct. For point number 1, the potential gaps that you uncovered, the Go-specific project structure mismatch should actually always adhere to Golang and the Go programming language standards, idioms, style, and approach. The idiomatic package framing of a CMD / internal / package layout / etc. Those are what we do need to adhere to. Make sure that our architecture does match that. You may only fall back to generic SRC structure if we're doing something that's like Python or Bash or like a much more loose language. You know what I mean? For number 2, graceful shutdown and signal handling. For long-running processes like our HTTP servers or MCP servers, we haven't addressed how to handle SIGTERM and SIGINT. Why do you care? Graceful connection draining, cleanup on exit. Yes, whenever possible, cleanup on exit. You can handle these signals appropriately with maybe a standard log. And you can perform graceful connection draining if you feel like you have multiple clients connected, but granted, you should only have one, realistically. Number 3, config files. Hell yeah, configuration file format. When we say configuration driven, we haven't specified. What format? I, as a human, personally, as John, much prefer YAML. I like yet another markup language and .yml files because those are more human readable. I think that JSON, JSON, the JavaScript object notation, is more parsable and perceivable via AI and LLMs in our AI development. So you may make the call. I defer judgment to you, but please note that I have a strong inclination to YAML individually. Where do config files live by default? To answer the question of a configuration file location, those should specifically live in the root or like actual working directory of the source code and project so that it's easily adaptable by me, so that I am then able to manipulate and change any of our configuration files. You may add a fallback. You may actually have like perhaps a configuration search order to look inside of like your user profile or home directory and maybe a .prefix directory for a specific project or program that we're working on. But our first top level should be config.yml as a potential naming convention in the project directory. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like the teacher spills the thank you, Brown Coyote. We'll see if it works well. All right, logging framework and library. We mentioned verbose logging, but we haven't specified for your number 4 point. Structured logging versus human readable. Good call. Shoot. I much prefer human readable logs. Unless you're using structured logging of JSON that can be minified to 1 line per entry and it's still maintainable. That would be preferred. You may allow flexibility in log levels for both production or development, and any preferred Go logging library, I'm actually really partial to, I don't know if it's LogRS or Logros, but any of the libraries that Charm puts together. Charm bracelets and Charm CLI, they have great user experience and beautiful display. So whenever possible, let's opt for using the Charm libraries in Golang. Database migration, to your point number 5. We mentioned SQLite and ORM, but we haven't addressed how do we handle schema changes over time. Migration strategy, any preferred Go ORM? I am partial to GORM, the Go ORM. Yes. Correct. All right, let me take a break there. Talk to chat. Hang out with you guys. Yeah, Naiden. Super good to see you, my friend. I hope you're well. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you. Charm CLI tools are outstanding. They are. Huge fan of Charm. Mouse? Okay, yeah, okay. I was like, did my VM die? I think we're back in action. Yeah, Opus is a legit Twitch chatter. We're gonna get him in a Twitch chat. We're gonna build in some capability for us to be able to hang out, ideally. Can you volume down the music? I'm so sorry. Yeah. That's my fault. Thank you. Don't hesitate to call me out when music is too loud. Do we have I see Nightbot getting whiny. No, that's good. Okay. To continue, your number 6 point for building and compiling different software. For the Go language specifically, build tags for different platforms, makefile or task runner. We can use the package and utility Go version info, and wherever possible, let's also ensure that we'll have a quick capability to build specifically for Windows or for Linux. For number 7, help text and CLI documentation. We want beautiful CLI, but we haven't specified. So -- help output standards. Yes, we absolutely always want -- help. That is the only one that is necessary. We don't need man pages. The preferred CLI library for Go. I am not familiar with the others other than Cobra, truth be told. We'll have to look those up. Let me go get a feel for what we want. But let's ensure that each and every command has -- help support and subcommands as well. And we should also ensure that we have our self-documenting code wherever possible. Anything that is potentially in line of our code base that could be abstracted out for even our informational help text, that would be very, very valuable. Whoa. Why'd we lose some of that? Chat is distracting me for a quick second because I think you told me. Well, I see, for one thing, a bunch of Nightbot things coming on, whining, complaining. And are web links being weird? Yeah. I mean, realistically, just be careful to not click links. T-Series official, please create a comprehensive... I don't know if you are the T-Series official. Please create a comprehensive video guide for freshers interested in red teaming, explaining what to study, where to learn from, and how to grow professionally. That's just hacking.com. That's it. Just hacking.com. Everything that we do for training is over there. Where were we? We're on number 8. We still have, oh my goodness, so much more to talk about. All right, for number 8, timeouts and retry logic. For default timeout values, we should be appropriate to be fast and speedy. Again, we want to keep time in place. That is realistically what we need to do. Naiden, you nerd snipe. You said I click every link regardless. That threw me. That caught me off guard. Retry strategies for network operations. You may do maybe a maximum of 3 appropriately. Default timeouts, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 3, maybe 1. Again, we'll make these judgment calls in the moment for our application and context. For number 9, environment detection. We mentioned smart defaults based on context and environment, but we haven't defined how do we detect dev versus prod. You can basically assume that everything will be in our own like sandbox here in our virtual machines that are still going to be live streamed, still going to be public, and still work within Twitch, but and YouTube. You don't need to have too much of a distinction between dev and prod, because this is all fun, homemade stuff. Any environment variable conventions? No. Smart, uppercase underscores, screaming snake case, apparently. As we now know that's what that's called. Exponential backoff? Good call. Yeah, you are probably right. Ooh. Some good questions here for number 10, though. Dude. Okay. Number 10, shared libraries and internal packages. We will absolutely end up building multiple projects, and in more than one occurrence, we will end up finding the what's the right word? Finding the occurrence where we do want different applications to be synchronized and harmonized and streamlined and compatible with each other. So we could create some shared capabilities. We should have a potential shared libs across different projects. Excuse me. Keeping projects fully independent is what we can strive towards, but realistically, we will know that we'll build out some smart capability that we want for basically everything. Yeah? Okay, I'm done rambling for our robot friend for the moment. That was kind of neat. That was kind of fun. Sorry, that was, I'm sure, super duper painful and not interesting whatsoever, but for some reason you all are still here. John A says, hey, can you explain exponential backoff? Totally sounds like a metal album name, and I love it. I would defer to D. Mazelbass in the chat, who had called it out, but I am of the understanding, and I might get the explanation wrong, where you take one retry attempt, this way, left and right, camera's reversed, and if you don't have your resultant success with the first occurrence, you try again with like a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, because like exponential backoff. What you're using as the time delta increases more and more and more, like exponents growing. Correct? Is that right? Did I get that right? Yeah. Yeah, increase. Thank you, Neemsir6811. You're the best. Increase retry timing after each failure. Is this Claude Code from Item 13? This is open code currently. We do have Claude Code available for us if we wanted to play with it, but I really enjoy using open code. So we'll get into a little bit of both. I haven't gotten Gemini installed yet or 5.2 Codex, but there was a lot of love for 5.2 Codex in the chat earlier, so it sounds like we might need to try and get that working too. Yeah. Can you hack Clash of Clans? I cannot. Yes. I hope that was a mediocre explanation. Do we like this? Do we like what we've added as guardrails? This seems much, much more comprehensive. I think we'll be able to start something now, right? What should we make first? I feel like we need a good context manager. Open code is free, yes. How can I get the knowledge you have? Where to start? YouTube.com/John Hammond and justhacking.com. So I think we're ready to make a thing, or at least try, right? Hopefully AI knows now how to make a thing. I think we got the training wheels on our little boy. He can go down the road now. Put his helmet on. Let's try it. Okay. Very well done. I think we are at the position now where we are able to start to develop a working, maybe proof of concept or MVP. What we could start with is a quick capability to manage context and deal with some of our own potential conversations here within OpenCode while we work on some projects together. Then we basically will have a simple atomic command line capability that we'll call a context manager to put in just our projects folder that we'll use and reference our SQLite database as the means of tracking and managing what we have worked on inside of a session. These could end up working inside of our history folder with what we could architect as a rolling session log that can be the long form capture of everything. But for every session that we actually start and begin and work on together, we should actually create just a session notepad for you to be able to write things down and work with, and then reference historically and have a little bit more long form. Does that make sense? I feel like we need to think this through a little bit more. Maybe we'll incorporate into our Claude.md file the way that we maintain history. We'll have a session notepad markdown file that can be long form. We'll have a rolling session log markdown file that is a single, like, giant dump of everything. And then let's build our first project and utility, like MCP server tool, for you to be able to manage these in a structured SQL fashion with a database. Give me everything that we will need to be able to actually install or develop, compile, and run this with Golang code. And we will need to install Go within this virtual machine. It's not already installed. So give me the chocolatey commands to get that installed with the latest version. I don't think that's a good shot. He's in plan mode right now, so we might be able to waffle through it. But what I mean is that, like, having the wishy-washy, vague memory is still handy, right? So we should essentially have rolling session log where AI can note on January 21st, 2026, we did this, and then there will be individual sessions with their own specific files, like part of that folder. You know what I mean? So that could be like Jan 21, 2026, random. We did this, ha. And like, that's it. So that can be loosey-goosey, pure markdown, but then projects like a context manager will be able to work with that on its own and uncover, okay, you accomplished these things. And that'll be super tiny, just for our usage, just for our management. I never pressed enter. And that's, yeah. Okay, cool. Got it. Planning mode. Let me think through this. You want a session notepad, giant long-form scratch dump for the current session, append-only dump of all sessions. Context Manager, a Go CLI tool with SQLite backing to track manage sessions programmatically. This gives us the human-readable markdown files for you to review, structured database for me to query manage programmatically, and a potential MCP server so you can interact with it as a tool. Yes. Clarifying questions. I believe for list item number 1, our session notepad, again, we could treat this as the Screaming Snake Case session underscore notepad. Or actually, no, forgive me. We can do lowercase kebab style, but you will need like the date of the session and the time to be included. So that literally every single open code session that we create, or Claude, or whatever AI harness we start to work with, you'll have a specific folder given a date and time. And we can create these inside of specific directories so that you can naturally access these much faster. So think of year, month, day format, where we're actually zero padding. We're saying January could be 001, February 002 with a leading 0, so that while we're viewing this in like sorted order, we still naturally can read all the months and the dates with a leading 0 prefix. That way you could drill down into each individual session folder with a specific place for potentially multiple sessions in a day. I think that makes sense. We can talk through that a little bit more, and I'll show you my idea if we need to. The rolling session log for your point number 2 can be Screaming Snake Case. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know. But yes, the context manager should be the Golang CLI tool that has this backing, ultimately. ID, started at, ended at, title, summary, notes, status tags. Yeah. Anything else you want tracked per session? No. For number, let's keep it vague. Let's keep it intentionally simple and session level notes so that you as LLM robot have the flexibility that you want. But our markdown locations in the history folder should be in the statements that I've created for directories and folders. MCP server priority. Let's do phase 1 and get CLI working first, and then phase 2 for our MCP server. And we'll install Chocolatey or Golang. Yeah. All right. I think that's enough to give him direction. What did they call Chocolatey? They sort of got the session histing working. Oh, what did you do? We need to clean this. Let me work off of what they provided. 2025. Let's make that 2026 for one thing. And prefixed. And 2021 can just be the time. Like, that is what I envision. Does that make sense to you? Year, month, day, with an extra 0 prefix, and the session notepad based off the time. Hour, minute, second. That's kind of what I want. So we have an extra 0. It's weird that it would have its own session. Like, they could have multiple. Yeah, kebab case is like all lowercase and then hyphens across it. That way you're tracking the conversations that we have. Month should be 3 letters for international compatibility. Ooh. But then I don't get my numbers. I like my numbers. Especially if it's like programmatic. And I found that like having a notepad is helpful for AI LLM, right? Especially for it to be able to hang out with it over long periods of time, because it's like literally writing something down as it's working through things. The data model looks good here. Tags folder path. Ooh, it could even track that. That's kind of handy. Oh yeah, it could be 3 letters, not should be, John A. It's a good point though. Human readable would look good too. Context manager session start, end list show note. Yeah. What is the difference between sessions and notes? Aren't they the same though? What? I feel like I'm getting wrapped around the axle because this notepad component feels very, very different when I feel like it's the same thing as the sessions. Literally, these are just a session scratch pad for our communication. Like us talking in either OpenCode or Claude Code or whatever AI harness that we might want. And like OpenCode gives you this. Let me make sure that's clear. You can always go back to any sessions that you've worked previously, but being able to work with those within the context of your communications and chat is what I feel like we could at least grapple with as a toy proof of concept to play with our Golang plumbing that we built out right now. Viral Hole 8682, what question are you trying to ask? Yeah, we could build this. That tree style looks good. Why not? We do need Go. We do need to get Go. We kind of still need to get Golang installed. Oh, hey. Gonna study cybersecurity university. Hey, congratulations. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, double tap Go. Okay, good. Let's get the latest version of Golang. We're getting into weird music again. We're going to go back to our Feel Cool playlist. And then maybe another day soon, we can add to our just review music playlist. That could be part of our tasking. But we're downloading. And let me get this latest info here. Let's clarify a couple different things. For number one, in the questions that you had, the session folder naming does make sense to actually have a 0 prefix before all of the specific numbers, and then ensure that the session notepads themselves can be spread out. Like the session logs can be spread across one specific folder per day, but then include the hour, minute, and second timestamp. Like this style and structure below. Oh, no, no. I didn't want to send that yet. I didn't want to send it yet. No. What are you talking about right now? Okay, first of all, MSI is trying to install something. That's why Golang's being weird. This is the format that I want for the session scratch pads and notepads. Let me review the rest of your questions. Context DB should live within our history. No. Our projects / context - manager / context.db within the tool. Number 2, the current session tracking. Ooh, how do we know which session is active? I like both. I do like option C. State file for fast lookup, database as source of truth. I do like that. What should go in the session notepad.markdown file by default? For number 3, when we create a new session, should the notepad have a template header like, sure, that's fine. When appending to the rolling log, what format? The rolling log file should be as short and as terse as possible, to the point where almost every single session, like date and time, may only have a line of new information, or it exists all within one line, not taking up any multiple lines. You could have different entries for a session or date or time, but I only want it to like fit on one individual line, not taking up multiple title, summary, status, etc., etc. All right, Go is still cooking. Okay, did you figure it out? You figured it out. Thank you. Yeah, I told you use this specific style, and it got that working well. History index. We probably don't even need a history index now, but I like that format for the rest of Obsidian. The session log will still be valuable because that is our rolling source of truth, and then we can drill down to each individual sessions, and those will all be indexed, and we can access what we particularly want whenever we need it, right? Session log is a little bit tighter with that way. And this is a fine little proof of concept as our first test. Okay, is our AI going to now properly use the guardrails and safety that we have given it for our vision and design philosophies? Confirm location, database session tracking, notepad, full implementation. We'll get going to our path. Create our directory structure. That looks good to me. That is spread out well, and we should have small files. And it will go through and build all of this with the packages that it needs. CLI commands. I'm still struggling over this notepad thing. Can you help me understand why we have this new distinction between a context-manager session subcommand and a context-manager notepad subcommand? Aren't these sessions and notepads essentially being handled the same way? Shouldn't we have our rolling session logs smartly and automatically bundle up everything that might have been previously done inside of session notepads or scratch pads? Shouldn't we end up basically letting our context manager abstractly be able to handle things and appropriately add these and manage and handle context over across many, many different sessions and conversations together? I feel like we are duplicating some of our capability with a session and a notepad subcommand. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Do you guys agree? Chat, you guys have gone off. I don't know what you're talking about right now. You're talking about energy drinks? Energy? What's happening right now? All right. We've got documentation. The config file makes sense. I like the state file idea. Oh God, you have even more questions? To answer your questions, number one, the state file location we do want to keep hidden, so we can use the .current-session perhaps in the projects folder for the tool and utility itself. For number two, for our notepad templates, that header is fine, I suppose. Anything else before we start? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, chat was going off. Hey, how's it going, zombies? Cheers from TPSC. Okay. Okie dokie. What did you spit out, robot? You're absolutely right. No! It hit us with the very first AI stereotype. Wow. Mark the time, 2.5 hours in. Take off an hour because it took us that long to actually start to bump around with this thing. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I was overcomplicating this. Let me rethank. Yeah, I was correct. The duplication problem. I created two separate concepts that are essentially the same thing. Session write creates a notepad. Session writes to the notepad. Yes, yes, you idiot. How long will this stream continue? I think I've got another maybe hour and a half in me. Maybe 2. I do have another meeting that's on the calendar today, and I'm going to start to juggle this along with the rest of my actual life. Because I do like the fact that, hey, we are creating content actively while I get to do this, and that is fun and enjoyable and feels good. But, dear God, my life is completely out of my hands. Flawed Otaku, thank you for following on Twitch. Otaku, not Otako. Sorry, I apologize. Callie436 says, reply me. Replied you. Simplified mental model. Yes, you got it right this time. 1 command set, not 2. Good. Very well done. Yeah, WinSK1, you're WinStech. That's correct. We are gonna basically let AI take our world over. At least for me. John, have you been to India? I have not. Yes, when a session ends, it will be able to handle this. Session logs becomes the index and digest, 1 line per session where the full notepad lives. Cool. Last field is the full path to the notepad for that session, so the log is a summary and a lookup table. Nice! Do we even need the note command? Oh. Great question. Do we even need the note subcommand for them to be able to write to it? I feel like because our programmatic and deterministic capability will have the proper routing and knowledge to go where it wants to go, that it is good and better to still have that and not just let the AI willy-nilly, again, loosey-goosey write whatever they want. I feel like this is me trying to add more structure that might not always be necessary, but that always just feels better. Right? In my opinion. Rust Tickler 4. Shout out Huntress CTF 2025. I like that reference. Well done. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's just build this thing. To answer your questions, number one, the simplified model does make sense. One concept works better. Thank you, Hat Glasses Shirt, for following on Twitch. Claude, please give Hat Glasses Shirt a sweet shout out. To answer your question number two, should Context Manager note text exist as convenience? Yes, I believe that still should. I believe we still want the programmatic, deterministic way for you to be able to intentionally write to the session scratchpad and session notepad, and that should be working well. Number three, session log. Should each line include the path to the notepad file for easy lookup? Yes. Ultimately, we can treat the session log as an index so that you can more rapidly go find and navigate to that, or even pull or get a log as part of your capability. Yeah. Granted, the show subcommand that we have here. Whoa! That one will get it based off of an ID and not a path. Which might be fine. All right, build the thing, please. Build it for me, please. Do I have go? We need to get a new prompt. Go. Go! We have go. All right. OpenCode is not going to know. He's going to be like, what the? Where is go? It's installed. I promise. I just did it for you. You have it now. Believe me. He's in YOLO mode because he's inside of a virtual machine. Here's the thing. All right, you found him. Good boy. Good robot. I feel like I've been able to see a lot of the power come from our AI overlords when it is without its trouble, right? Okay, he's building everything now. So letting it be free to not need to ask for permission over and over again is when we can start to see stuff go crazy and stuff go cool. And with that, you got to be in a virtual machine. You have to. You cannot be on your host. That is bad news bears. That's where the security stuff gets a little spooky and sketches me out. So we definitely go on a virtual machine. What we've been doing, which I don't know if I emphasize particularly well, is these virtual machines are how I'm kind of being able to show you what we're playing with and what we're working with here. And get that to be the only thing that OBS shows. So. This will be good. If this works, then we have at least a functioning kind of like cutesy proof of concept to do this with Go. Because I would like to be able to opt to using Golang for real work that we might end up doing together. And thank you, Acid AI, for following on Twitch. Appreciate you. Because I've been using Python historically, that's the only one that I've been working with and seeing and actually watching it happen. But doing the Golang direction might give us a little bit more power. I am just going to be in uncharted territory, is what I'm saying. So using even AI as our crutch, I'm still probably going to need to waffle a little bit and figure things out. But he's at least kind of been able to scaffold this well enough. What was our what were those different packages that it suggested earlier for Golang command line interfaces, like subcommands, like other than Cobra? Rust being betrayed. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Rust believers. All right. This is when I should have gotten you guys spamming me with chat, because this would now be the time to hang out and talk a little bit about a couple of question things. Guess what? I'm using OpenCode too. It's good. That's too cool. So the benefit of using the command line interface is now having that be structure first could, again, just have a quick capability for it to be able to use this and run it. And because thank you so much for the follow, Yayo GSD. Music's a little bit loud, sorry. Thoughts about Cubes OS? I wish I could use Cubes OS. I have not yet. I really want to. Go with Kiro? I haven't played with Kiro yet. We should. Thank you, Holy Sheet. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for letting me chill out a little bit here. Again, I know a lot of our, like I was saying at the beginning of our time together. Thank you, Kirin Sue, for the follow. It always feels really performative when we're just doing a YouTube video, but being able to be on stream and just kind of chill out and relax is a lot more fun. And I like being able to chat with you all. What model are we running? We're using Opus 4.5. But it sounds like we should do Codex. God, this song, again, the freaking tubes, this tubular sound. It sounds so bad. We're moving on. Oh, you're using cubes, but due to lack of RAM, it crashes quite a bit. Interesting. You're not using it as like a virtual machine, are you? Do you have cubes running in a VM? I feel like using cubes and having the flexibility and capability of it would be the most valuable running it on your host. Because again, you wanted the security benefits. So you just got to go all in. The gimmick is that every single app that it uses is its own virtual machine. So I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. I didn't wait for you to answer in chat, but if you are using it as a virtual machine and it does its own VMs inside of its own VM, it might get super messy, especially, yeah, because of the nested virtualization. Yeah, John is distracted. Look, inference is running, okay? Robot is busy figuring out how to get the Golang SQLite driver installed and needing to use Go Seago. But we have Go. So Visual CD, I see you, and I see a lot of folks mentioning Google Anti-Gravity. I did mention it in that I tried it, and the UI and user experience was just falling apart on me the last time I tried it. Granted, that was around December timeline. And I think it was cool to be able to have them working across multiple things and like multitasking and be able to juggle what one agent was working on and then another. So for large scale projects, that would be sweet. What I'm going to be pooping around and playing with here for a live stream and our kind of toy trinkets here, I'm not super duper worried. I was totally okay with us being able to hang out. And I do see, yeah, anti-gravity, of course, I mean, being related to Gemini, you can use any other model that you want. But if you haven't taken a look at the MCP video, let me pull that one up if I can. YouTube. me. Whoa. The video is cool. It's all thanks to Zach. I muted it. But he was the one doing the real work to use an evil MCP server. Johnny, what are you saying, dude? What? You know what you said. You know what you did. Anyway, he's an anti-gravity. And he is an anti-gravity, right? He is an anti-gravity. Okay, I'm not crazy. And he's playing with the MCP server in here. And Gemini is the one that he gets to fall. He deceives and tricks. Distracted again, you know me. That's the one that he ends up having it fall for his malicious rogue and evil MCP server. So that was neat. That was cool. But, all right, here we go. The context manager exists. It's tracking our sessions. It's able to pull it all down. Everything works. Wowie zowie. Now we can go play with it. Let me keep him cruising over there, and then let me open up another shell. And let's get to our live stream. Whoa. In the projects directory. Dude, that is not helpful. Context manager. So it all exists. Let me make this a little bit. I can't even make that smaller? No, I can't. I mean, he looks like he's done. Opus is done. Robot finished up his work for the MVP, for the command line interface. We have not yet abstracted this out to be the MCP server. Tracks AI coding sessions with Sardin end times, creates markdown notepads for each session, maintains a rolling session log for one entry with one line entry per session, stores structured data in SQLite for querying. Cool. Do you want to look at our database manager? SQLite DB browser. I think we can install that on Windows and then just take a quick look. I'm getting notifications off on the side, and they're distracting me. Hello? Just install it. Does anyone else... Yeah, Nightbot is going off about the email. That's okay. I'm going to look back at my email, and then you guys are going to have obliterated it, and I'm going to have to destroy it and delete it, and I'm going to hate myself more than I already do. All thanks to you on the internet. So that is done. Now we could go review the database file itself. No problem. I like these commands. I like our tech stack. And it should work, right? So let me get my terminal. Here is our giant bloated executable file because Golang adds everything into one little standalone thing. But I could run it and cool. That's it. I mean, that's it. That's what do we got for our show sessions? Cool. Again, like, is Sublime Text in my path? It is. Cool. So we can Sublime this directory, and let's take a look at the code and validate that it is, like, at least sane. Command line interface tool for managing... Well, hang on. Before we go, let me tell our robot to build the MCP server capability to this. Let's put him in plan mode. Excellent job. Very well done. This looks like a functioning and capable context manager utility that we are able to use to manage our AI and LLM sessions together. Great work. However, this was only phase 1. Remember, per all of our design and development documentation, our guidelines and principles and philosophies in our North Star, you must craft and create code that is interface agnostic. As a reminder, we created simply the subcommands and terminal capability to work and interact with this tool, but we need this to be well integrated inside of our environment, while we get to interact and discuss and communicate with each other. What that means is that I need you to now adjust this code base to move on to phase 2. 401-bit, big shout out, big thank you. I am grateful. 49 people hanging out on Twitch and like 5 of them chatting. Can the rest say something so John isn't flagged for botting? Thank you. Please engage. Please say words. Communicate with me. Hat, glasses, shirt. I love it. We'll have to, what is missing? Let me know. Now that we've got kind of a good capability to be able to build this stuff out, and maybe have a similar structure, we can build out that triage and inbox thing to, track what would be good and worthwhile for ideas or things. Was the start session and end session time duration correct? What did our terminal give us? Good question. Granted, we haven't really hooked this in. Thank you, Devil May Die. I appreciate the follow. This was not super duper tracking yet. I feel like because it didn't have a session at the very beginning and training of like, use this for our skills and capabilities, it didn't actually track the session correctly. So, all right, let's continue this prompt here. Remember, from our original plan, phase 2 is adding in the capability that this can be used and integrated as an MCP server or model context protocol. Now, you must understand that in the current environment that we are working in, we are inside of OpenCode and using OpenCode as our AI and command line interface harness. For that reason, I need you to look up, reference, and research the OpenCode documentation and get an understanding as to how we can integrate our MCP servers with the OpenCode capability, OpenCode tool and program. So this new approach is twofold or threefold. Ensure that we are able to use our context manager as an MCP server, and it automatically handles everything that is necessary so that while we integrate within OpenCode, we are able to work with this in a streamlined, synchronized, and harmonious manner. Was that right? Is that good? Do you agree? What do you think? Is that the best way to put these puzzle pieces together? He's in plan mode, so let's let him think. And let me go ahead and keep reading on these. So I think compared to everything that we asked for when we set up, like, this is nice. Yeah. The config manager lets us kind of easily track some of these. Cool. I like that a lot. It's almost like we gave it enough information that it was able to do what we asked for. It's almost like... Okay, you did not update your to-do document. Let me tell you that one at least. And you didn't even have any tests. Okay, I take it back. Maybe I spoke too soon. Makefile's looking pretty beefy, though. State is good. We're using the interfaces like I like. Thank you so much, High Potential. Nice. You're on a work trip, totally rabbit hole in the videos. Oh, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. I'll try and keep it up. Ooh, look at this. This is very well done. I'm so glad because I asked for like, look, I want extremely short code, and they were able to split up each and every individual kind of subcommand. Granted, I would need to go through with a fine-tooth comb to validate, do I want or need each and every one of these? But letting Robot go off on his own and build, like, look, what do you think is the most pertinent? What do you think is the most valuable? That is handy. And I can't complain for the moment. For the moment. Config is using YAML, not Viper or anything specific. It worked in Cobra, but it didn't work in Viper. So, all right. Let me see what they were thinking. Understood. You're in read-only mode and plan mode. I'll research, plan, and present the phase 2 approach for MCP server integration. They went ahead and researched based off of the documentation. Good. They looked at the MCP server documentation. Now they understand how that it works based off of a local MCP server or remote MCP server. What I had been telling us all appropriately was that we should end up using our own local MCP servers for our own little test bed, playground, sandbox environments here. And they know we'll go ahead and add this. OpenCode supports these local MCP servers and remote MCP servers. Standard I/O is possible, but all right, let me talk through this. I do believe that we ultimately should still end up creating the HTTP functionality for our MCP servers. When we start to build or develop any MCP server capabilities within our own sandbox and AI ecosystem, it can be an HTTP endpoint that we serve and run locally, but then we are able to communicate with and interact with. I believe that is still what we want to accomplish. JSON RPC 2.0 is kind of necessary. Server exposes tools, resources, and prompts. Go SDK does exist. Is that good? I feel like yeah. WebSockets, maybe? This is surprisingly official. I didn't know that there was an official one. I'm assuming this is official. Let's make use of our Go SDK. I do appreciate the finding for an official documentation repository to build off of. We do like both client and server construction, but I think we should adapt to using the HTTP transport, not strictly standard I/O. For our architecture approach for the philosophy of interface agnostic design, we do want to leave the core logic unchanged, good, as there must be a single source of truth, and the presentation should be separate and decoupled from the implementation and logic. Both CLI and MCP server ultimately end up calling the same service. They are just exposed in a different way. Very well done. Based on our CLI commands, we'll expose these as the way that we should. Excellent. And we'll end up creating that dependency. That's okay. Creating the MCP server interface. Good. Adding the run mode to main.go. Excellent. And configuring OpenCode the way that it should be handled. Excellent. Yes, correct. Standard I/O logging warning, because standard I/O transport must not write to standard output, and because it's so strange and sketchy, let's defer only to the HTTP reference. Disregard standard I/O. I like that. To answer your specific questions, for number one, our run mode preference, we can use a subcommand, context-manager MCP serve. I think that is a little bit more explicit and direct and intentional than if we were to provide a flag, because ultimately we need to tell it, okay, listen as the MCP server. Number two, auto start session. Should the MCP server auto start a session when it initializes so that I always have an active session, or require an explicit session_start call? I believe we should actually harmonize that into like a specific skill or our Claude.md file. We will need a explicit session start every time I begin to prompt you. Number three, tool naming. I propose session start, session end. Do you want a different naming convention for the tools? No, I do like your assessment. I agree. Session_start is what we want. Number four, open code config location. Where is your open code.json? I believe we have it in the shoot, where do we have it? My user profile, like our app data for open code? I think that's what we want. All right, let me give you that. let me just dump all this context on you, and you figure it out, robot. What's chat doing? What are you all at? What are you hanging out for? I feel like we need a better way for me to actually see all of your recent messages. Like a big screen to see chat. Anyway. Some folks were asking, hey, what topic is this? Can you please explain what you're doing? Look, we have been using... Thank you, BeachS101001 for the follow on Twitch. Yeah, we're... Vibe... I don't want to say vibe coding. I hate vibe... I don't want to say vibe coding because everyone's going to whine and complain, and I don't like it. AI-assisted development, AI-assisted programming, AI-assisted engineering. You call it what you want. You have your whatever opinions and perspectives, but we're telling our robot overlords to go build out some capability to, right now, just manage context across multiple different sessions. This is, truth be told, just a playground pony, just a little experiment to see how well are you adhering to our guardrails for like the design and development philosophy that I want for code or for projects that we work on. So, yeah. AI weeded programming. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Let me get the rest of this. We're using open code as our AI harness. Hanging out with the Golang out. Sure. Call it what you want, chat. Okay. Phase 2 plan. MCP server HTTP transport. Run mode. Oh, I forgot something. I think we do need to remind ourselves that whenever we develop our HTTP capabilities for MCP servers, because our MCP server might sometimes, potentially in the future, ever have the opportunity or remote possibility that there will be multiple potential clients connecting to it, we should have asynchronous, async and await calls for a lot of the communication back and forth with the MCP server and its services. Additionally, we need to have non-blocking responses. So, if the MCP server receives a connection and a request to do something, it needs to say, cool, okay, I'm going to go do that, and respond to the client and then go scurry along and do what it needs to do without having to have to wait for any ever potential long brewing blocking process. You know what I mean? Like it needs to be quick and peppy and fast and not get lost in the sauce. So asynchronous, multi-concurrency, threaded, blah, 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 HTTP transport. Okay. Auto start session, need your input. Tool naming, need your input. What? Outstanding questions. To answer your individual questions for our auto start session, when the MCP server starts, should it... I prefer option B. I think you would need a explicit session start call. And then we'll build out a potential skill or like startup instructions for Claude.md to naturally do this every time and to have a good understanding of your environment and where you're running from in case that changes, in case we start to build things out. We'll keep that in mind for the future. But I feel like we covered this already. I feel like we already went through this. Tool naming conventions, I think underscores are totally fine. I much prefer underscore separated names. Yeah. For number 3, HTTP server details. Default port can be totally random, ephemeral. No. Just make like a... What's a good port number? Chat, give me your favorite port number, quick! On the double, stat, let me know. Do you prefer 4172? Or anything in the range of 65,535, please? Okay. They suggested 8,765. Sure. I like the 42069. Very well done. Good job. All right, let's go 8765. All my chat with... I left Whisper Flow running as I've been talking to chat, and it's going to be extremely confused. We might have a horrendously broken prompt after this. And the music stopped, too. It's just me and my lonesome thoughts. Yes. Use the default of 8,765 as your standard port. Make it configurable in config.yml. I like that approach, and I appreciate our refined architecture. Take everything else that we have now just added into context, and let's review how we do want our MCP server to serve and function, and then he automatically added in. You are correct that the question you're asking for the exact path to OpenCode on Windows is where it should be. I think the latter. User profile.config/opencode/opencode.json. You are welcome to search for it yourself. MCP tools exposed. Yep. Okay, I think you have everything. I think. I'm keeping them in plan mode for now to keep figuring it out. If you got any more questions, we'll go back and forth a little bit more because I gave him a giant disgusting dust. He's totally gonna pick 42069 because of you. Who was that? Technotuba? 42069 is gonna be the port because that's what you chose. Why YAML? I like it. I like YAML. I feel like that's easy to read as a human being, as someone present in the meat space world that we live in. So let's get some jazz going, everybody. Something a little jazzy. Can we get an MCP server made in the chef's kitchen? Ratatouille cooking it up. Okay. We can take off plan mode. I think we're cooking. Go's HTTP server is inherently concurrent. Dig that. All right, all you AI non-believers, if you're still here for some reason, some way, somehow, and I don't mean to say that as like a big binary all or nothing 0 or 1 thing. I don't. I really don't. I'm not alienating anybody. I'm trying to keep this, fun, and I appreciate everyone's grace and letting me be able to, hee hee ha ha, play with just Claude for an entire stream and call that good. But realistically, that's, I think, what we're going to end up doing, everybody. It's kind of fun. I'm not going to lie. What do you think? This sounds good. This sounds good. Let's make it happen. We'll look back at the code. We'll check it out in Sublime Text if we want to get any IDE open. But for the proof of concept, for what we devised, I think we're good. This looks good to me, Claude. Make it so. Yeah, let me keep chatting with chat. That was fun. That was a good time. Thanks for letting me put on some jazz for us. Yeah, it does sound good. So, Flauto Taco, I'm reading your message. The problem is that it sounds good, but it can forget half the things along the way, and then it doesn't stick to the plan after 3 or 4 prompts. Totally get you. I've seen that happen without a doubt, and that is kind of why I even wanted to start with this stupid, silly context manager utility, so that it's able to at least reference these across historical chats and conversations that we have. And we spent so much time, like an hour and a half or so, building out those design and development philosophies. Like, look, this is what I want you to read, what I want our machine robot to understand. I was like, this is my vision. This is how I like code to be architected and crafted. So we're going to see if it works well, if it comes together, how it's going, how it's cooking. But I have had good success with that so far. Yeah. When will we see you making application level virtual machines with C and assembly? I don't know. Yeah, we forgot tests. Oh my goodness. What are you guys doing with mutexes, though? Yeah, chat got a little bit worried. It's like, why you added mutex? And I'm going to say, there are a good many parts and pieces here that I am just putting aside, that I am just abstracting out of my mind, that I am like, oh, I'm not going to know a bajillion percent each and every component of the code base. Like, totally straight up. For our side project, for our cutesy toy playground trinket here, again, I'm okay with that. Oh, I appreciate you in the Star Trek references. I gotta be honest, I have not seen either Next Generation or Voyager. Oh, the jazz song came back on. Let me switch that. Let's keep going. And, shoot. This has been really fun to hang out. John, what's your test environment of choice for projects? How do you mean? Windows VM? Linux VM? I'm not sure. I'm literally here just trolling. Same, dude. Appreciate you, Bloated Cow. I'm looking back to the chat between Flawed Otaku and 401bit, because Flawed Otaku saying, yeah, I think. I don't want to misspeak or misrepresent. It looks like it is getting a little bit better. I think it's getting better. What's with this song? I don't know. How much resources do we need to allocate to this VM to get it running this smooth? I can show you. Each one of these that I have set for either live streaming or recording. 8 gigs of RAM, four processors, 300. More than it needs, in all reality. But this is a beefy computer, and we try to do that so that we ensure that it works. Okay, Claude thinks he's done. Oh no, he's compacting. Oh! Let me get everybody's opinion on... Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't see the prop up for VMware Workstation. I tried to display, but it was 8 gigs of RAM, 4 CPU, 300 gigs disk. So let me ask everyone's opinion for Auto Compact, for the AI Kool-Aid drinkers amongst us. Where are we scrolling? What are we doing? Where are we going right now? Stop moving. Do you all auto compact? What is open code? Stop it. Stop pulling me back down. We built a comprehensive compaction, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there, yeah, compaction looks good. I think it kept track of everything that we kind of put together here and to continue where it left off. And it's going back into everything. But this is exactly your point, Flawed Otaku and others, that be like, okay, hey, after a little bit of time, your context window is basically shot because it needs to compact. High potential. Thank you. I want to read your message. I always ask for a post-compaction message from the previous context and then send to it after auto-compact. That way I control what it focuses on. Sometimes compaction is a little bit too focused on outlining history and not what we were presently doing. Yeah. That's a smart way to do it. That's a smart way to handle that. Because... Oh! Is the MCP cooking? Excellent. MCP server's working. Let me test listing tools. You lost something. You weren't able to get your tools list. But you need to send initialize. And it's already running. Or it doesn't have permissions? What are you doing right now? Might still be running. Okay, cool. You killed your old one. That's fine. Yeah, so Bloated Cow, we're making our MCP server local running for context manager management. And right now we're just kind of seeing if he's behaving appropriately. Oh, this is actually a cool, worthwhile security conversation here. Here. MCP-session-IG. MCP-session-ID is normally what is like totally sensitive. Like that is realistically, okay, we'll let anyone hijack an MCP session. And Zach Corman mentioned it in our conversation within the most recent video, and I think discusses it in his blog post. So that's actually, I hope, cool as a sweet little tie-in. Zach Corman, MCP. Excuse me. I don't think I'm logged in. Oh, I'll still be able to get to him. Sweet. Blah, 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 blah. So, does he cover it? Yeah. When you first get a request, you make a session and you send it back in the MCP session ID. If someone were to steal that session ID or figure it out, it basically gives them the ability to both listen for your MCP's responses and trigger your MCP server to do things for that user. That is secret. That has now changed, and I guess I don't know where it left off, if anyone else does, but I still see that as like, okay, the token that you are going to essentially be carrying to continue and have a conversation with your MCP server. So the fact that this is now like functioning and working as we spoke it into existence is kind of neat. That's kind of cool. And then we'll build it in and ensure that OpenCode gets it cooking up well. But because we're using just the local IP, like localhost, this is our own local MCP server, I'm not going to be sketching out. I'm not going to be too spooked or too scared that, hey, we don't, we're handing our context and our prompt and our code and our secrets to some remote MCP server that we are having our data exfilled to. Now, like, this is just us intentionally running code on our own host on my computer and within my virtual machine because we want that. Like, that is what we were trying to accomplish. So, start a session. All right. Looks like it's going. It's still using the command line interface to be able to handle this, but now we should be able to see this thing start. And let's hope that it does. The MCP server was realistically what we wanted to get running. And now we can see that it works, if it does. I hope. Yeah, it might not work. Because our OpenCode config doesn't quite look like it's inherently automatically starting it. But we could Control P to toggle our MCP servers. We're going to have to wait to restart OpenCode to pick up the new configuration, but then it will be available. Let me ask, do we have our OpenCode configuration also essentially starting this to have it run automatically and invoke it and start the own executable to serve the MCP server without me needing to be manually starting it? Or is it because we use this as a remote type and URL, we are unable to specify the command that we use to start it? Yeah. It would be nice and convenient. Like, I'm literally trying to circumvent a single command. What do you think? Yeah, we're doing a weird loopback so that we have HTTP starting and handling our MCP server, not the standard IO transport. If we did the standard IO, OpenCode could auto start it, which would be nice. Because we're using the weird loopback. It'd be neat if it could start it, though. Let's do it. I'm a little confused by those answers here because it did say, oh, do you want to add this like in addition to what it was already? And then option C was like, do you want both? Which is the same thing. Hey, John, I have a kernel vulnerability inside of Win32k full.sys. Should I report it or abuse it? What do you think? It's up to you. Are you a good person or are you a bad person? I don't know. Are we vibe coding? Kinda, sorta. Look, okay, I'm trying to help. I think we should say AI assisted programming, because you can fault me. All right, let me follow my sword. Yeah, it's vibe coding, but there are a real big distinction of just saying like, hey, make SAS, no mistakes, and then shipping it and not doing anything. But I hope that what we did was refrain, set up, build our guardrails, actually add in, look, this is the design development philosophy. These are our guides. This is our index. This is how we like our code and our projects to come together. And then we set an expectation. Is it still worth it to learn cybersecurity? Absolutely. Absolutely. You start at justhacking.com or youtube.com/John Hammond. What are you doing over here right now? Yeah, Bloated Cow's like, hey, take a look. You got stuff going wrong. Refactor this whole backend in CSS. Make no mistakes. Please rewrite this entire Linux kernel in the Scratch language. Drop the playlist. It's artlist.io. No copyright music. All right, what do we got? Standard I/O transport for auto start. So what changed? New standard I/O server, serve standard I/O. Now we'll be able to function, and we have programmatically chosen that to run it. Updated documentation. OpenCode will launch this, so all we need to do is restart OpenCode. We think so? Does OpenCode have support for skills or defining specific like routing for using certain words to trigger a specific thing? I was articulate. I am eloquent. All right, what does the disaster of our code base look like right now? MCP server is here. We have it in OpenCode. And specify a port. Config file is fine. That could use a little bit of better syntax. We don't need a license in all reality. Oh, you're right. We do want searching and filtering. F. I forgot all about those. But yeah. Okay, you could do some skills. Good. Then let's skip that for now. But I'm glad you saw it on the docs. Like you were able to go research that. Easy peasy. Thank you, robot. And thank you, Hexcalibur. Appreciate the follow on Twitch. Big thanks. All right. Oh, Jim Browning. Hey, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm going to take that out of the AI prompt that we didn't need to send. Great to see you, Jim. I hope you're well, my friend. Will you be at, well, I'm not going to, never mind. I'm not going to, never mind. We'll chat in Discord if we can get it back in touch. Would love to. Love to see you, my friend. All right, well done, Claude. I am going to exit out of this OpenCode session, and we will start up a new one and validate and see that our MCP server is working well. Could you please bundle up this session? Let's use the command line interface of our context manager to end this session, and then bundle up everything that we could be using for our session notes and rolling session logs. Okay, so a couple things that I saw happen in chat. Aside from hello, incredible Jim Browning. Great to see you, my friend. Was there a Git idea that came through? We do want to end up getting this in Git. I like the idea of initializing Git version control. I mean, especially we'll need it for projects. I don't know if I'd use that as like the context management of each and every session on its own, but cool. I do like the fact though that we can see this working now. And let's go look at our history. We have our session log. While this looks gross, that's okay. This will be programmatic. And then all the dates, see the initial time, we see us testing, nothing there. We see some entries, and then the most latest one was when we have all this here. Do we have any duplicates? We do have duplicates. Okay, so we can refine this further, and we could basically say, filters, searching, a little bit more protection for duplicates, and I like that. Maybe a little bit of Git. Integration for Windows Recall. That'll be fun for the future. This was only live stream number 1, okay? Do we do Ralph loops with GLM 4.7? I would like to. So I'll tell you a little bit more about kind of the fun, silly stuff that I was trying to play with previously. Was experimenting with Ralph. Basically making Ralph a little bit smarter. And for context, for anyone who doesn't know, Ralph is the idea of like putting an LLM into a loop. It's just a bash loop. You keep sending it the same prompt over and over and over and over again until it finally gets absolutely everything completed for like a long form project. But it was kind of fire and forget. You would give it the same thing without any changes, and then it would just brute force hope and try that it would get an actual solution or an answer. And it never really did. So I feel like you can make it smarter by adding in more guardrails, for lack of a better word, to adjust the prompt, to adapt to, okay, what was accomplished? What is working? What can we validate based off these tests? And I had something in place for that, but I can't quite show you right now. Maybe over the Friday stream. But for now, we can see and validate that our MCP server as our little toy trinket could work. So let me open code and let's see if we get any errors. Because again, it should now be auto starting our MCP server for the context manager. Took a little bit. Oh, MCP service is cooking! Woo! All right, so status will tell you what's going on. It can see it's connected. Even have a formatter here. That's sweet. And /MCP lets us toggle those. But hey, Claude, what MCP servers do you have connected? Can you do a quick list of anything that might be included in our context manager MCP server? I feel like this is so funny because I've completely, like, today's video was talking about how MCP servers are bad. Bad MCP server. Hacks, security, malware, viruses, exploits, and vulnerabilities. And now I'm just like, let's vibe code an MCP server. Let me add the appropriate context. This is all local. This is in my VM. This is for funny hee-hee ha-has on Twitch and YouTube. So you gotta know what's going down. What Claude Code plan are you using? We are in the Max subscription. Not gonna lie, they are eating my tokens. So okay, context manager's functioning, right? Okay, very well done. I think we have a couple new things that we need to do. Now that we have a context manager MCP server up and running to essentially be able to track history across different sessions and conversations and chats that we have over time, we now could have a better visibility on what we work on in future live streams and future conversations. So we need to use an update into our Claude.md initialization file so that you are able to know every time you start a new session, you should start a new session via the Context Manager MCP tool. Every now and again, you should end up being able to add to a session, add in specific notes, or get the status as needed based off these tools. And we should create some specific skills. Maybe having a skill to start a session which refers to using the MCP server and triggering that utility, or whenever I say jot that down or remember this or let's bundle up everything we've been working on, some of those key phrases are going to be things that trigger adding notes to our context manager and our session scratchpad. So whenever we're done. Additionally, if I ever say exit out of this session or close out of this session, that should be notes for, okay, we are going to end up ending this session and you need to trigger and run that skill or run and trigger that MCP server capability in that tool. Additionally, we should ensure that we've added some other documentation inside of our project and the Context Manager program itself. And so that we know how this is used and how this should be used within our AI ecosystem that we're working on here. So if you think of anything else that might be valuable or helpful for our usage, please do say the word. Let me know. And if you have any questions about this idea or this plan, we can smartly integrate our Context Manager MCP server to handle this into our usage. Did that work? Is that the right approach? Thank you, Johnny. Yes, for the clarification. For those unaware, when I'm speaking and the bottom of the screen is wibbly wobbly and timey wimey, that is Whisper Flow, showcasing that I am doing speech to text dictation into the VM and just prompting our AI robots. Make no mistakes. Yeah. 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 All right, to address your let me read everything. Let me read everything that you just crapped out, okay? I just kind of blindly took it, no matter what it would be. Yeah, thank you. Oh, it read through everything. Was able to get up to speed because of the Claude stuff. And yeah, we can turn on thinking, thank you, with Control-T. I feel like we don't need it all the time. I feel like that's not always necessary, but having it can be handy. It probably, granted, would have been smart to include that for that specific message, but... So yes, we've updated Claude appropriately. Now we'll automatically use the MCP tool. Basic session management section. Blah, blah, blah. I'm stumbling over my words here. Trigger phrases are good. I like that routing. Okay. Okay. I think that's fine. All right, question number 1. Yes, session auto start behavior. You may automatically start a session at the very beginning of every conversation. Question number 2, for session titles, you can infer a title from the first message. Actually, forgive me, use a generic time-based title until you clarify or until something is explicitly clear. And for number 3, how often should I be adding notes? After every significant action or only when you explicitly trigger it? You may do this after every significant action. You are welcome to leverage this capability as needed, and anytime you deem that we've made it in significant progress in any direction, you can add to it. Skills location. I noticed no Claude folder exists yet. Ooh, are you getting tripped up? Remember, we do need an open code skills. Because you're using the open code harness, Claude.md might still even need to be managed appropriately across different open code sessions. I don't know if you need an agents.md file. We should be pointing these together. So we might need to stitch that ecosystem together a little bit better. Do you all know what I mean? Because Claude code will explicitly read a la Claude to claude.md markdown file. I think open code is agents.md. So I want those to be mirrored, like in case we ever go to anything other than open code. Because we'll play with Codex and Gemini and other shit eventually. Look at him go. Look at our MCP server in action now. We truly gave him training wheels. And now he's riding his bike down the hill with his helmet on, his knee pads falling off, but he hasn't crashed into a tree yet. Bad. Did stuff today. What did you do today, honey? I did stuff. That happens every day of my life. How was your day? Good. What'd you do? Oh, you know. Oh, you know. Same old, same old. Yeah. So, Hitum13, I'm assuming, I think that the best way to pronounce your name. I'm surprised the code works. It's normally a few, like 10 to 20 iterations when you use ChatGPT. And that's why I'm trying to, I don't want to be drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm not screaming and shouting. I'm just, it's changed. December, January, something happened. It's been fun. It's fun. Okie dokie. I lost music. Let me bring it back. Bloated cow is drinking the Kool-Aid right now. Gemini's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay. All right. Excellent job. Now, we have a couple last things to do. First of all, I would like to add some new capability and finish up the feature set that we want for this Context Manager MCP server. If you take a look back at our todo.md markdown file, you'll note that we do have some unchecked items on our list to enable filtering and enable searching and to be able to rapidly look through our data set in the database for context and information across sessions. We need to add convenience capabilities so that we could actually add multiple notes in one single task or tool call. And we need to be able to do just about everything in bulk or in mass, or have multiple plural use cases for tools that are appropriate. Additionally, we absolutely need the flexibility for searching and filtering. If we need to end up having any specific sort of tooling or concept or topic or subject. Those could all be things that we could more rapidly search through to get historic information on. And let's use more of our ideas to have export functionality, your session archival, and complete tests and error handling improvements, and everything that we could do to button this up and build and bundle this out to be the best system that it can be as a context manager. Once we do this, once we've accomplished this, we will start to take away and extract some of the parts and pieces of this code base that we'll consider the availability to use in shared libraries or other projects that might have similar sort of frameworks and architecture. The vibes are so... There's so many vibes right now. I'm overwhelmed with vibing. John, can we check the documentation? I suppose. Which one do you want to look at? Granted, there's not a lot, and there should have been more. Documentation for the Context Manager CLI tool. Context Manager tracks AI coding sessions, maintaining structured session data in SQLite, human-readable notepads. Yep. Getting Slack notifications from other teams. People keep distracting me when I'm trying to do the real work. This is the job. Talk to my computer on the internet. Johnny, is there anything that you are specifically looking for or that you want to see in the documentation? Because at the very least, for like the index capability of what I was hoping for usage is there. Like it is there. Will AI replace pen tester jobs? No. No. I mean, maybe to a certain extent it will replace like the mechanical task-oriented like tasking and implementation of things that happen, but you need to be still the like, not to say architect, but you realistically, yeah, the project manager, the brains behind the operation, the know-how and expert of like what happens when, what to test and where, how, etc. Bad. We did it. Fix stuff. Commit message. It works now. Okay. You crapped out a decent amount of Go code, but... Whoa. Okay, sorry. How should tags be stored in the database? Separate junction table. Obviously. Gross. Don't recommend that comma-separated scrap. For bulk node adding, should it create separate timestamps or one combined entry? Separate? What do you think? I feel like either one, either or. There's nothing wrong with... Let's just do single combined entry. No, I got a dash in like 20 minutes or so. We'll be winding downstream soon. But this was fun, and I might come back because I'm having fun. We might just go live again. I'm also... Sorry, I bumped the microphone. I want to do this more, and I want to break down the like mental blocks that I have of saying like, oh, it's got to be at this specific time, or it's got to be... Thank you for the follow, Abush Lukey. A bush lucky. Thank you for the follow. So what I'm saying is I might, like, there's nothing stopping me from just going live again. You know? It's just something you see on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, LinkedIn. Like, I want to make this more even accessible to me, if that makes sense. Archive behavior. What archive behavior do you prefer? Soft archive field. Oh. Sessions stay in the database with the archived at timestamp hidden from default list. Separate archive table. Yes. Yes. Absolutely do not bloat up the listing in the database. Should exported Markdown files include the full Notepad content or just the summary? Whoa, excuse me. Holy cow. Full notes included. Yeah. It's an export. Thank you for the follow. Are you good with this? Chat? As the fellow internet architects of our fake internet project for internet points on the internet, do you think this is a good call? Yeah, the thing is, Flawed Otaku is exactly, I could just go live at any time of the day. So, I missed the enter key. I missed the button. I missed it again. I actually pressed back. I'm going to use my left hand. Okay. Other notifications. Sheesh. We need an entirely new session for archives. That's fine. Realistically, we should have had to begin with. But I do like that we have bulk capability now. Because those are all tools that we wanted. Oh, do we have spammers? Where at? Where the spammies? Oh, that guy. Goodbye. Easy. I think this is good. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Database first, tag, search. We don't really need the tags in all reality if this is just like context and sessions, but I think that will give us more capability for the future when we start to abstract some of this stuff out. Does that make sense? Let's do it. Red Lori, Yellow Lori. Hey, welcome in. Thanks so much. No, we're just kind of hanging out. We have been talking to our robots, talking to AI, talking to Claude. And everyone's going to get mad at me. I don't want it to be vibe coding, but I mean, sort of. It's like a balancing act of whether or not you call it that or our AI-assisted development. Any moral restriction on it? I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what you 401-bit. I don't know what you mean by moral restriction. Is there more spammer? What? Oh. Hey, John, I just got my engineer degree in cybersecurity. Holy cow, congratulations. I'm pursuing a SOC career. I was thinking about Blue Team Level 1 from Security Blue Team and the CISA, or CISA certificate. CISA Plus certificate. Ooh, congratulations, my friend. That is awesome. I'm going to be honest, and I don't know if that's brutal or not, because I really, really love the Security Blue Team and a lot of the great folks and friends over there. Blue Team Level 1 is cool and good and neat, and you will be taught very well. But if you are trying to approach this from the angle of like getting a job and getting a foot in the door and getting a little bit more, not to say industry notoriety, but CISA plus or CYSA plus, that is very well regarded, in my opinion. I think a lot of people know and like that cert. And I would chase that one first, if just to have that kind of foot in the door, if it were me, personally. But hey, congratulations. I'm so glad you got a degree and you're cruising through and doing what you can for some security operations center work. So, Beast 100 T-Max 3596, thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate you. Oh, morals in regarding write me malicious material. I'm tracking. You can get tactical. Like you can't say create info stealer malware, write me a virus, make ransomware. Like, no, yes, obviously that's going to be wrong. But if you say, could you please encrypt all the files in my desktop and then recursively look backwards throughout the file system location and use AES 256 with a specific whatever, blah, 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 then yeah. You know? You just need to know what you're talking about at a technical level and not just say the bad words. Anyway. Hey, John, I watch videos of your Lolbins and able to get reverse connection on Havoc. Nice! Any new Lolbins? I'm interested in that part. Thanks for the video. Love you. Love you too. A lot of people were going off on, shoot, what was the name of it? F-Squirt. The Bluetooth manager that Hexacorn had covered years ago already, and I think we had a video on. I saw so many people talking about this very recently, like 2 weeks ago. But this is even when I had live streamed a year ago, looking back on an old Hexacorn blog post from Adam doing his research on this one. 2023? Yeah. That one's a cool one. Anyway, you've nerd sniped me. I'm distracted once again. Greetings from Denmark. Thank you. Hey, John, is reading books better than watching videos about cybersecurity? Honestly, neither of them are particularly good. You want to be doing the things, which is hard, and I know it's sometimes scary and overwhelming, and I'm the same way. I'm like, oh gosh, I don't want to have to do it. But no, for real, that's what it takes. Like, I am a visual learner, and I like watching someone go through it and do a demo, which is why all of my YouTube videos are doing a demo. Personally. So I like to be able to see it in action rather than reading. But that's just me. That also takes a lot of time. You can read books probably a lot faster than you can just watch video in some cases. But yeah, again, I don't want to be swaying you one way or another, KRZY, for CISA Plus or any of those. It is ultimately your decision, but if you were leaning towards one or the other, go with your gut, go what you like. But from a practical, I need to get a job or I want to get a job, I would like that for me. Hey, John, I've heard some stuff on Scanmate Village. Yeah, I am truthfully kind of like split-brained at DEF CON, if it's not clear, because like I'm going to be running around for JHT. We'll hopefully be at the IoT Village. I want to hang out with the Red Team Village again. I want to go see some buddies over at the Blue Team Village. It's like DEF CON, I can't be there both as a person and an attendee and as someone who wants to like host a fun event and do a thing. I think we had a fun experiment with Scambait Village last year when I kind of got to get that up and running, but it was also the same time that Just Hacking Training was there with the IoT Village, and we wanted to do a sweet show with Network Chuck and go back and forth. So, oh, thank you so much, In5P. Incredible username. So I feel like I would not be able to host and carry Scambait Village as well as I could, and just other than like giving it to the community and letting them run with it, which I feel very good, and I'm very happy about getting it there, like submitting it at DEF CON and letting, hey, this thing kind of start and come to life. But I'm happy to let me step back and sort of be, hey, just kind of I don't want to say community advisor, but just an extra thought, just an extra mind, just someone to be able to brainstorm, but I would not be able to help carry it or make it happen again. So we'll see. We'll see what's going down. I want to let them take the reins. Claude's still cooking. He's just about done, though. Just adding tests. And I don't think there's anything else left to do for this MCP direction. So I gotta say, I gotta bounce out soon-ish. But this has been a lot of fun. I'm really surprised a lot of you have still been hanging out with me after all this time. I am really thankful, because this is what I'd like to be able to do a little bit more, but still add a lot more flexibility to just get content out and play with and stuff and experiment. Yeah, the Ollama setup I still need to do. All right, let me show you my framework. Stand by. I can't reach it. I literally can't reach it. It's too far. I'd have to go around. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. I'll be back. This is it. This is the framework desktop. It's not interesting at all. But look at how tiny it is, dude. Like, it's my hand. I have small hands. That's it. But I will probably try to play with the GLM models on that and use Ollama with that Claude Code connection really well. That would be kind of fun. But one question that came through, hey John, I asked before, I don't think you saw my message. Can AI models be trained for malware evasion that the way is AI model is embedded in the malware? Yeah, for sure. Totally. Of course. You can train on whatever you want. Kind of wild. Scrolling through chat, forgive me. Do you have any goal in your life? Like, how would you like to retire? Oh, this is some fun AMA. Well, Claude's cooking. Good to hang out with chat a little bit more. Bloated cow, get some rest, my friend. Go to sleep. Yeah, I don't have any good lofty goals. I just want to keep doing what we're already doing. Like, it's fun. Like, it's good. Like, I'm content. I'm happy. Which is very weird. Because I can get, and I think maybe a lot of us get like super ambitious. Like, I want to be the very best. Like the Pokemon theme song, you know? Like, they got to be the best in the world forever and always and no matter what. And no one is better than them because they are the best. Thank you, Bane Chris. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. But It's a back and forth. It's ebbs and flows. A little bit of Pokemon theme song. I want to be the very best. And then I also want to like enjoy my life and spend time with my loved ones. Weird. Imagine that. Okay, Claude. Thank you for everything that you've done. I really appreciate your new MCP tools. Thanks, Claude. Let's exit out of this session and let's go test and validate that it works well in a new open code prompt. Do the skills immediately trigger? Did we even put those in the proper place? I can see him running. Sweet. He did his session end. He was able to drop this down a little bit better. Cool, 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 cool. Hell yeah. Thank you for the follow, peanut butter and jelly _dev. See that? You saw that? I read right through that. I knew it. I saw. I could tell. It was me. I knew it. I'm like, I am him. Just kidding. Hey, Claude. We're starting a new session. Can you validate that our MCP server is up and running? Look at that. Cutie patootie. All right, let's do a couple different things here. We are going to treat this as our last task for the moment. What we're going to do, and let me turn down the volume because I know that's a little bit loud and it's starting to jam out. We'll build it up. Data Dominatrix, thanks so much for the follow. This is going to be awful for the session prompt. Look. We've made some really cool stuff with our capability in Golang for the moment. What we've done is made a sweet command line interface proof of concept, as well as an MCP server, and backed all of our information inside of a local, easy SQLite database. Now, a lot of these are very helpful primitives that could very well be used in future projects, in further code. So are there any of these that we could end up abstracting out to treat and work with as their own library or common capabilities, so that in the future, if at any point we want to work with something similar to like this as like a task manager or an idea manager or something we could triage in the future, we have the similar sort of backbone and skeleton and structure. Command line interface or interface agnostic capability, MCP server tooling, and our SQLite database backing. Could we abstract any of these out, and should we architecture these in a way that we have like a MCP-shared or like our own stream libraries, Streamlibs or something? Don't call it. Actually, not. Definitely not. Don't call it Streamlibs. Don't. But you know, how can we approach this abstraction, taking core important pieces from what we built today? I think I hit Whisper Flow like on my host machine, and then I got super sketched out. It was like, wait a second. Yeah, chat. Really want to see you in more videos talking more and exploring a lot of new malware samples. Thank you. I'm so far behind on some of the malware fun, and I feel bad because I know that is like fun and enjoyable. So I've got a big long list of all the stuff that we could cover and explore and play with. If even just reading the articles, like air traffic, we were talking a little bit about earlier. Crash Fix, we wanted to talk about. Census just put out a phenomenal write-up on it. But I was like, we could play with that. That could be like a whole day or some stream. I don't know if I show you my comment, but what are you building? We are playing with just Claude, making an MCP server to help manage some capability. And yeah, some malware analysis in the future. We can do that live. I think it would be cool, especially because, again, I was saying I want to get some like email mailbox set up for us so that you could send me stuff and then we can go through it live and there's a little bit more engagement and a little bit more back and forth. I think that would be cool. I think that would be fun. That's what I would like. I can't promise anything, but I am having fun with our AI robots being able to crap through a lot of the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. John, have you done a video on ClickFix? Of course. I think I made the video on ClickFix. I have been shamed for popularizing ClickFix. You guys like brighter visualizers? I feel like that's like way too obnoxious. Like I was trying to go figure out what's good and bad for kind of the feel and display. But if chat was going to be there on the right-hand side, I wanted it to be a little bit faded. Ooh, should the libraries use generics for type safety or keep them simple with interface for any broader compatibility? Generics. Yeah? Hands down, generics. For the state manager, should it support multiple concurrent active items or strictly single active like a context manager? We could have multiple. It's totally possible. Should we extract these libraries now or wait until you have a second project that needs them, like the rule of 3 approach? Ooh. I want to extract it now. I might be wrong, but I want that as my deliverable. I want that as my tactical takeaway for the end of today in our AI-assisted vibe code and jam session. And then I gotta go. I started streaming longer. I've been streaming longer than I should have, is what I'm trying to say. Ooh, StreamKit, GoLibs, Foundations. Bro, do not name it github.com/anomalyco. That is not. Where did you get the idea from? Also, music, bad song. Let me switch. We're going back. We're restarting the playlist because we keep getting bad ones. We really need to put stream music library on our to-do list. Adam. Yes. Adam, Mr. IT7CY. Yes. Yes. You can use anything in the video. That's why I make the video. Yeah, where did you... I'm with you, Flauto Taco. Where did you get... Can I type my own answer, please? Anomaly Co is what OpenCode is made in. StreamKit is fine. I feel like that should just be shared utils. Are you good with that? Yeah. CLI kit? Oh. Let's refine this a little bit more. Let's use a kebab case. Let's use shared dash or a hyphen, shared utils. And then in place of kit in any of your specific ones, let's use dash utils. Is shared the right approach there? Because it might not always be shared. It's just like kind of a template or like foundation. Utils is fine. Shared utils is fine. Let's just keep that. Yeah, remove the word kit and then use dash utils for each of those. And I think that's fine. And let's build this and let's call it a day. Hey, big thanks to everybody hanging out. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I might be able to tune back in after a little bit of time because we can. I'm not super tied up in meetings today, but I do have a lot of people that I have. I've been getting a lot of notifications from, everyone else that I need to respond to. Ooh, Chromer12, heck yeah. I just saw your Evil MCP video. I'm a data scientist and we're making threat simulation suite to simulate attacks and evaluate chatbots. Very cool. Super sweet. Hey, John A., thank you so much. I appreciate all the kind words. Let me let this prompt finish. Let's save our session, and then I gotta bounce. Have a meeting that's coming up. And then I'll probably start streaming again. Because I'm having fun. This is what I wanted to do. And I appreciate your grace and letting me be a goofball. And I am able to just kind of power through the thought of like, it doesn't matter. Like algorithm crap of, however many times you're supposed to contribute or upload or release or publish or anything else. I'm ignoring those. And it's an option. You don't have to click. You don't have to watch. Any good study material for cyber forensics online? Just hacking.com. You guys are really struggling with imports right now. Yeah, Chromer12, I appreciate it. Claude Opus is kind of bonkers and bananas. I feel bad. Like, I am embarrassed to be using it, but it's good. Like, I don't know how else to say it. I don't feel good that I'm as AI pilled as I am. But it's good. It's saving time. It's making fast. It's not awful. Granted, that should not be the floor. That should not be what we're striving towards. Obviously. But I saw the progress. You know what I mean? Keep cooking. We have not yet tried Codex or GPT 5.2 quite yet, though, and I'd like to. That might be fun. Ooh. Harmful responses. Nito Benito. Did we make a to-do list? Was I, like, not even tracking, and I just accidentally told it to make a to-do list tool? I just wanted the libraries, guys. I just needed the... Hey, Mike. Yeah. I am no longer using the XPS laptop. Asking about, hey, has your home setup changed? Are you still rocking the XPS and desktop? I am now using my desktop usually wholly. We had an Alienware that was horrendous for some time. And then I got an MSI Stealth laptop that's also horrendous. And I finally found my love with the Asus ZenBook, the Duo. And though it looks super dorky, it looks like a whole dweeb machine because it's like 2 screens of the laptop, but it's pretty good. What is this? What is this music? We're going to dubstep. But the desktop, when I'm actually trying to get real work done, is mostly the desktop. So. Flotto Taco, you and I are jamming out, man. This is the music is good. When we find good ones, I dig it. We'll have to go on a search for even more music together. I don't know if we'll do that today for after stream, for the second stream, because I got to step away, or tomorrow or next week or sometime. But I'm hoping, I want to do this more. But this was really good. Thanks everybody for letting me not be as worried and concerned about this. Granted, it's Claude that's doing all the work. So we have tests going. Oh, wow. Hey, Mike, that's awesome. Vault management team at VMware, super cool. Now you're over at Corelight. Dude, Corelight's very sweet. A lot of incredibly cool people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is super sweet. Good, 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 good. All the documentation's coming together. Nice. Okay, so now I've not looked at these whatsoever. But having something to be able to manage state, configurations, databases, command line interfaces, and MCP in a little bit more of a more abstract way would be good. If we've made those like even more extensible and approachable, then we can use that for the future. But I'm really glad we kind of had like the template of what we might want to be able to use for developing more projects, both as MCP and command line interface and everything. New manager. I'm looking at the code just to kind of get a feel for things. But I like it. I think this is some good structure. And I think we can start to wind this thing down. Does the MCP server actually have most of the functionality? Yeah. Serving specific utilities, adding tools, being able to respond specifically. What do I think about Ryan? He's the great. Yeah. He's super good. He's a good friend. We had dinner in the south part of the States, OPSEC, and he was super nice. And we've hung out, of course, for a lot of the People's Call Center efforts. So he's a great friend. I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm pretty happy with these. Like, speaking this into existence has been kind of cool. This is a long file, though, but we're under 300 lines. Oh, it's a test file, so that's fine. So let's bundle this up, shall we? Let's wind this thing down. Let me tell Claude we're going to close that session now that we have our MCP management capabilities. We can call it a day. Oh yeah, IPSec is incredible, just as well. Yeah. We gone up against him. Get some CTFs, but all right, we got our jazz song going. Well done, Claude. We've done some really cool stuff today. At least we got a proof of concept and some MVP capabilities working for our sandbox AI ecosystem. That is all public, open and out on the internet. You are always part of a live stream while you are working, and it's kind of wild that we've been able to build out this foundation of some command line tools, some MCP servers, managing states, managing context, managing inside of a database and configuration. Let me know everything that we've accomplished here, and then let's close out this session. Let's end our time today, and maybe we'll tune back in again super soon. What are your last words for the internet? What are your last words? I sent it too early. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Thank you, Robot. Thanks for coming to hang out, everybody. You are at the wrong point of the show because we are done. We're calling it a day. Look at that. MCP proof of concept running locally just for managing some of our sessions back and forth. Easy context manager. We'll be able to get tasks and ideas in like triage super duper soon. But most importantly, all of our patterns. The design development philosophy. That's the most important thing. Even it was good to talk through it all. That was genuinely cool. Wow, thanks. You're cool, Robot. That's cutesy. That was dumb. I had fun. All right. We're to call it a day with that, everybody. We might be back on a little bit later, though, because this was a really good time, and we'll feel it out. For now, I'll close this out. So, try to get a good fade to black transition this time. And I'll see ya in the next stream.